Hi, Kia. Hey, baby. Miss you too. Hey, minding my business, feisty goddess, Sin City 85. Had a few more people and I think they left and they're going to come back. We have the countdown while more people, so you got to, when you do these lives, you got to wait just a little bit because the notifications have to go out and, you wait for your audience to come on. So, minding my business says stop sex outside of marriage. That's never going to happen in this country for most people. I don't even say that because I know it's not happening at large for a number of men and women, especially of a certain age. And how long is that going to last? Eventually, men and women want to get laid. Excuse my language. But everybody's different. Everyone is different. Okay. Oh my goodness. So, like I said, I've been seeing this online, a growing number of women of all races who have said, enough. I have had enough. I will not live with these men. I will not submit. I will not clean. I will not cook. I will not bend over. I will not do anything anymore. No, it's 2023. Damn it. I'm not your slave anymore. I've had it. I've had enough. That is a number of women. And of course, there are men in the comment section saying, oh, you're bitter older women. You got to remember something. Every woman that's older who is now at this point where they said absolutely hell to the no, they were once the younger women who got married in their 20s and stayed married for over 20 years. And all of that. Some of them didn't even date that much, got married, and they're like, absolutely not. It's different. Thank you, Fire Dragon. It's just like a burgundy lipstick. I mix my colors together. Like, I'll just throw stuff together. Like, I might do a little bit of burgundy and then I'll get a light pink and then put that on there and then put a gloss over it, or like a brownish color. And then I'll get the Dollar Tree, the fruit punch lip gloss or orangey color and put that on over it. So, a lot of men don't understand. Women didn't just get to this point, a number of women. A lot of women, look, I don't feel like all of these women. I don't feel joy being alone. I can do it. I don't get bored with myself. There's plenty of things I do every day. I never get that lonely or bored, but that doesn't take the place of romantic love with a man. Hanging out with my girlfriends and going out, yeah, that's cool, but how long's that gonna last? That feeling of coming home alone, yeah, that might last a few years. Look, every woman is different. I've been looking at the comments. I'm going to show you the comments that women have been leaving, but I don't feel the joy in not having a man or a husband or a man and being alone, sleeping alone, never getting laid again. I don't find joy in that. I'm sorry. But some women do find more peace, and we're going to talk about it. It's a choice. You don't have to live with somebody if you don't want to. You don't have to get married again if you don't want to. You don't have to date for as long as you don't want to date. If you feel you need your space, you want to heal, you just want to be left the hell alone after what has happened to you. I had this discussion with someone about this topic, and they were like, once you get your heart broken up enough, then you would understand. See, and I feel like, well, why does life have to be that way? I've already had my heart broken. I've already been treated like crap by most men I have dated. And if not like crap, we just were not compatible and I couldn't do it. Like, why does a woman have to get beat down repeatedly just so my heart can turn stone cold and I hate men and I hate love? That ain't right to me. I'm Venus anyway, so I always have hope when it comes to love, but it's only so much a lot of women can take when they've been mistreated over and over and over. And some of them are getting to the point where, you know what? No, Get out my, don't come. Some women, yeah, they might not get married again, but they might have a man they're sleeping with and that's all they need them for, and they can go on their way. Get out my house. You don't live here. I'm not folding your clothes. I'm not washing your drawers. I'm not on a schedule to cook for you. I'm not raising up all your more kids and you ain't doing nothing. I'm done. A lot of women are feeling this way. And I'm not saying it's a good thing to see, but this is the discussion. I want to share with you the video, the clip, and then some of the comments, and then we'll have more of this discussion. The phone line, this is not a call. Well, I'm doing something different. You see in the chat, I have the phone number up. If anybody wants to call just to share your opinion about this topic, the phone line is open. So, all right, let's look at the first video.
So y'all not really playing in these comments. Like, the girlies are here. Y'all are very clear that you love having your own space. You are not about to share it. Some of you have been there, done that, living with men, and will never do it again. That's where I'm at. Never again. And so I think it needs to be said that this is a global movement. We have our sisters in Korea that's not having no more kids. We got women all over the globe that are saying, I'm not going to be unsafe in my own home. And the World Health Organization makes it clear. This is not Miss Aisha data, right? This is not Jersey Girl Gen X data. This is the World Health Organization that says the most dangerous place for any woman is in her own home. And so decades of women making choices and decisions to put their education first, to put business first, to put home ownership first, to not have children or to delay having children or to only have one or two. We are making choices for ourselves. I love it, y'all. Have children or to delay having children or to only have one or two. We are making choices for ourselves. A lot of people saw this TikTok where I'm talking about, yeah, no, we don't want to live with men anymore. That was in response. You hear me? That was in response to a TikTok I posted where I said, okay, let's reimagine provision with the man paying the entire rent, the mortgage, everything connected to the house. Even when I said it that way, it was women in the comments. I was like, I don't want it. I don't want it because when they get mad at you and they get to turning off the lights, I don't want it. And I was like, y'all, we really got to this point. And it looks like we have.
Okay, so I'm going to share with you the comments from, from I keep saying all walks of life of women because there was a man in the comments section who said, oh my God, Black people, we're doomed because of women, Black women who are feeling like this. And I'm thinking, if you don't notice, it's all races of women. Well, a lot of white women and Black women saying the same thing, And she brung up the women in Korea. And it's true. There is a movement in parts of Asia, Korea, and where they don't want to have kids no more. And things like this just doesn't happen out the blue, especially in cultures where family used to be everything. But you know what? I don't know everything about Asian culture, but I know a few things. Okay. Now, I'm not saying all of Asia is the same. Okay. It's not the same. China is not Korea. Korea is not Thailand. But there are some similarities where family was everything, where they are calling girls who are not even married at 20 something leftover women or something like that, which is insane to me. Even now, you have a lot of Black men in America who are trying to say if a Black woman isn't married at 30 or 28, I'm like, what are you talking about? A woman in her 30s is not 70. What is wrong with people? Especially if you come from a community like over here where the men don't even get married. This is insanity to me. You don't get married. Your counterpart reaches up in age just like you, and then you throw and slap in her face why you ain't wifed up, but you men refuse to marry during the age range you said the women should be married. And now you want to punish the women who didn't get married, who are still having a menstrual cycle, who still look young, who are not old. It's just weird to me. The Black community ain't never operated like the other people talking about you need to be married at 22. This ain't a community of men who get married and providing for households for wives in their 20s. You know? And then when the women get with the men, you know, with a number of men, they want to blame women for not being smart about men and men's bad behavior, but then they want you to be naive and just go into a relationship or marriage at 20 years old where how would you know anything about men if you never dated a number of men? What could you possibly know? You got married at 20. Or women who are virgins, and I support being a virgin, just so you know. I don't have anything against it, but what could she possibly know? The only thing she's going to know is what she goes through with her damn man and husband all those years she's married. And I can tell you, a man's nature, whether he's single or married, 60 or 30, they don't change their behavior at large, a number of men, you know? So there have been some who said, well, the women get older and once she's had her heart broken enough. So are you admitting that you men break the hearts of women a lot? And then once she wises up and she ain't putting up with your shit like that, oh, I need to go get a younger girl who might not know nothing. I guess you forgot girls still have something called a mama. You don't think, well, some women don't, but there are a number of mothers who teach their daughters about men and all that stuff. You know? I'm just saying. But let's get back on topic real quick. With the whole, what she said about Korean women are not having children now. They're saying no. The government even tried to beg them to have kids and they said no. And you have to think again, for a culture, Asian culture, where some of them did shame the women. You get shamed up in Asian culture for a number of stuff. You know, if you're not a damn size 0 or 00 in some over there in some parts, if you didn't get married and at least damn 24 or something. Again, women don't choose marriage, baby. The man does at large. He has to ask. And just because the first man asked you to get married doesn't mean you should say yes. If he ain't the one, don't do it. It's gonna be a mistake. So, but I think about what drove the Korean woman to saying, hell no. What happened? What happened? Is it, I know China had the one-child policy. And maybe in China, maybe some Asian women in China felt like you men took control of our wombs and told us we couldn't have more than one. You made us unalive our damn girl babies. And now that you effed up and created this imbalance and you can't find no wives to sleep with, because we know that's also what it's about. Oh, now you want to try to make us have babies now after you, well, I would say almost like abuse. It's like abuse telling I assume that the one-child policy was because at one point China was not a superpower. Maybe the country was so poor that they just couldn't have a big population because there wasn't enough money to sustain and build. That's what I'm assuming. But this happens in India too, where they unalive those girls because of a hatred to the girls. And now you got the girls, not in India, but in parts of Asia saying, you know what? I think I'm not going to give you no babies now. And I'm not saying that's a good thing, but that's what's happening. And this is not something that was ever seen before. And now you have a lot of women in America who also, this is not anything new. It's just that women were often shamed to talk about or admit they didn't want children. They would either question, are you a lesbian? Are you mentally ill? Who did it? Who hurt you? Oh, you're not caring. You're selfish. You are angry. You are bitter. You are just, no, this is not what a woman is supposed to be. And I get tired of people, especially men, always trying to declare what a woman is supposed to be, how a woman is supposed to think, how a woman speaks. If I say certain things, oh, women don't talk like that. You don't have a clue how women talk. Maybe they don't say stuff in public, but are you serious? And I don't even say a lot of stuff I want to say, but I'm just saying, like, we're not Stepford wives. And I know that's the dream a lot of men have. That's just not reality. But a number of them are turning to the dolls now, But like I said, for me personally, I don't find joy in being forever without a man. That doesn't bring me joy. That's sad to me. I don't find joy in living like that. But I don't knock the other women who do feel like that because something drove them to that point, or some women just don't want it. Everybody is different. So let me read to you the comments left under her videos from women, what they were saying. Okay, give me a second. Okay. This woman says, I've been single and independent for so long, I don't even think of a man providing anything in my house. See, when I see her comment, what I see is a woman. This is not what I like to see. Because it's that whole black woman. You've been doing everything on your own. But does that mean you want it to stay like that? I don't think it's good for a woman to have to pay all her bills. No, that's what your man is supposed to be doing. If I had to do it, okay, that's what I do. That don't mean I want to live that way or enjoy it. But everybody is different. But she said, I don't even think of a man providing. Yeah, because you never had one provide for you. But she said, in my house, it is her house. Okay. This next lady says, I've been single for a few years now. Hold on. Okay. I've been single for a few years now, and I have slept so much better. I eat better. I feel better. It's too risky now. Okay, when I see this, I do think sometimes as women, when we have a man, we lose ourselves. We do. It does happen where we dedicate so much of our time and energy to him and trying to be perfect for him and, making sure he's good. He's getting his kitty cat, his affection, his support, the house clean, trying to always look cute. It's just, that's what a lot of women do. That is what a lot of women do. And sometimes when you don't have a man and you're single, you might feel like that pressure is off of you. Like, I can breathe. I don't have to maybe feel it. Every woman is different, but maybe I don't have that pressure to maintain my weight, or I can wake up in my damn bed and look any kind of way and I don't have to give a damn what he's thinking. I can just be free, even though you want your man to love you when you're fixed up and when you're not fixed up, But okay, the next woman says, I'm legally separated from my husband, and yet he pays for everything. The one thing I want the most is to be financially independent, my freedom. Yeah, because even though they're separated, he still pays. It's been a conversation that just, I don't know. Like, on one end, there are women who want the man to pay for everything, but also have a fear of it because it's true. If everything is in his hands, he controls everything. So if he doesn't like you no more and he wants to shut the lights off, you can come home and all your shit has been taken out of the home. It's a fear that kind of sets in for some women because you don't know what he can do to you when he controls everything. He can do anything he wants. He's the provider of everything. And that's why some women will say, well, even if he is paying for stuff, get a little side hustle, do something at the house to bring in some income for an emergency if he does you dirty and kicks you out or does something crazy, or if y'all split up. I believe in contracts and all types of stuff, and I don't know, but if you're married to him, he can't just kick you out like that. I don't think, Okay. Let's go to the next thing. Yep. I like my crib decorated a certain way. My shows unwatched and autonomy. Okay. Her freedom. Honey, when I was married and he would get mad, he was petty for sure. Absolutely. I left, of course. Yeah, you got a number of men who they will show they A to you. They will. Especially if they know you want to leave them, they will start talking major junk. And you do have, this is why women should not just jump into marriage too soon. You got to get to know these men. You got to see what his temper is like. How does he act when he's mad? How does he treat other people? Does he have a violent streak? Is he vengeful towards you? All that stuff. Okay. Also, when y'all are mentioning in the chat about the decorating the house. I feel like even if I have my man, the woman is supposed to be the one who decorates the house. That's how I feel. So if we're married, I'm decorating the house. I mean, like if I know his favorite color is blue and I like blue too, I'll incorporate blue somewhere in the house, I wouldn't want my house to be extremely feminine. I want a balance between feminine and masculine in the house. Something beautiful though. I want my house to look like luxury. Okay. Okay, let's see. I just turned 70 years old and was recently asked out on 3 dates. Not interested. I'm good. It's bad when a woman, she's still getting it. She's still getting that attention at 70 years old. And she's saying hell to the no. I'm fine. No. See, when I read these comments that I'm going to be reading, I just think, damn, what happened? It had to be bad to where you're like, you know what? Just no, I don't even want to be bothered with them no more. Because women, we're usually loving. A lot of women, when we're younger, we believe in the fantasy. We have that hope. But once you keep getting effed over and over and over, it can harden you up. It can harden you up. But you also learn you don't want to put up with the same bull crap that you used to put up with. A lot of women have been everything men ask for as far as emotionally and in the bedroom, and it still wasn't enough. It's like, I just came to the conclusion most men just want to do what they want to do. If he is you get treated based on how he feels about you. If he loves you, he's going to treat you a certain way. If he don't give a damn about you, he might like you, or you fulfill his needs and make things easier for him. He'll let you stick around, but you ain't going to get that love treatment all the way. No matter how hard you go for them and what you do and bending over backwards. In fact, some of them they will know you're a good woman and they'll start to abuse you even more because they feel so guilty inside because they know that you shouldn't be effing with them. And then it's like some of them get off on it and causing you more pain and start to pity you in a way. It reminds me of that scene from the Joy Luck Club when her husband came home with that woman that he was sleeping with right in front of her face and took her to the bedroom. And when she went up to smack him, he threw her on the floor and broke the plates. And he looked at her like a dog because she was always there for him. And he said, clean it up. And then took the woman right in their bedroom in front of her face and slept with her. And it's like he loathed her. And all she wanted was his love. You got a lot of men who get off and it's just weird. Some men I just don't understand. I don't understand some men. Like, Why is it that you getting what you want and someone wants to love you and you still treat her like shit? I just don't understand. But, that's how some of them are. I don't know. Okay. This woman says, nope, not even if they pay the bill. I don't want to live with them. Lord. Okay. The next woman says, my first partner didn't want me to work and he took care of me right until the financial abuse. He would make the gas get cut off in spite. You see, if you start effing with me like that, I'm going to start getting my plan together to bounce. Cause it's like you slapping me in my face, showing me I'm going to get this gas cut off. I'm going to show you who's king. And you going, I don't have to go through all that. No. If women did men how some of them do us, they can't take it. They wouldn't be able to take it. They can't. Why do you think of that movie, The Best Man? Morris Chestnut character couldn't take what his woman did. He cheated on her with like 50 women. And she said, you know what, mother? I'm going to get my vengeance. For once, I'm going to go out and I'm going to do it to your bestest friend, you mother. I'm not saying she was right in that movie. I'm not saying in The Best Man she was right. Okay. But every woman understood why she probably did it and why she felt the urge to do it, because he had been dogging Mia out forever, like over 50 women. And she said, this will be something for me, my vengeance towards your no good A. It was all a mess, but that's what happened. That's what happened in the movie. And he couldn't take it. He almost cried. Like, what you crying for? She cried many nights, bitch. Let me calm down though. Okay. They can't take it. I think I saw something online where they said a man measures a woman's worth on how much pain she can take. That might have been on Tanya TKO's show. I'm not sure. I know I heard it somewhere. That might have been up on there. And it's true. They think you're a good woman the more shit you can take. But one thing I was told by a woman is that, and it's true, no relationship is perfect and you will put up with some S. It's just a fact in some type of way with a man. In some type of way, it never fails. And a lot of marriages that have endured years was because the woman put up with shit for years. It doesn't mean she was happy or even the man always happy. It just means they dealt with it and just decided to stay together, being absolutely miserable or unhappy or used to each other. Like, you know what? The years have gone by. I now been with you this long. It's the past. It's over and done with. We might as well stay together. I don't feel like going through this again. That's what happens too. Okay. This woman, let me make it bigger. This woman says, I'd rather eat dirt than to let a man do anything for me. Damn. I'd rather struggle alone than ever rely on a man again. See, when I hear that, I just think you dated men who weren't no good, who you couldn't rely on. And I understand that feeling. Like, you know what? When they say I can do bad by myself, it's not that women actually enjoy this shit. They don't. But it's like dating a man who has no job or is really broke. What is the point of being with you? I can struggle alone. You're supposed to be my man. Why would I have you up in my house, going to Pound Town with me, risking pregnancy with me, and bringing a baby possibly with a man who ain't got nothing? You ain't doing nothing. What is the whole point? What is your point of you being my man? That just doesn't make any sense. I guess if I'm lonely or I just need some company or something, or if I want to go to Pound Town, and a lot of men are not even fulfilling women in that area. So, yeah, but okay. The last woman says, money isn't going to work for me. I take care of myself without the hassle. So she said, I need more than money. That ain't enough to make up for everything, you know? And it's true. You can be with a man who got plenty of money, but if he treats you like S, that ain't going to work for some women. It might work for a few months or maybe 2 years. Eventually, you're not going to be able to take it. You're not going to be able to take it. Unless you're real cold with and ruthless, you know? When men use the word gold digger, they don't know what a real gold digger is. A gold digger woman, and I don't even like that word, they are cold to the blood, look. A woman that's a true gold digger, she don't give a crap about you. There is no emotional attachment to him. It's to the money. You can do what you want, sleep with who you want, talk how you want. I'm going to play along. I'm going to take it. I might respond. But guess what? I don't really give a F about you at all. That's what a real gold digger is. So when these men be bitching about a woman who simply wants a man with a good job who can provide, stop it. Because if she was really a gold digger, she wouldn't give a crap about you. They don't have feelings for their men at all. That's how I see it. Okay, let's go to the next. Oh, okay, hold on. They will endure because they don't care about the man any damn way. It's nothing. Just pay the rent or give me what I want. That's what they do. So men need to stop throwing that word around, especially you don't even make $80,000 a year, baby. Just don't even talk to me. Talk using that word. If you cannot fly me around the country to different parts of the world, give me my monthly allowance of at least $5,000 or $10,000. Don't talk to me. Don't ever use that word towards me. I'm just saying. Okay. This woman says, happy I don't have to clean my toilet seat and hold on. Happy I don't have to clean my toilet seat of urine. Yeah, because men be having a reputation of peeing all over the place. Some of them. I sit on my toilet without worrying about pee. Thanks, I'm good. Without a man. Oh my goodness, yeah. I don't like for a man to leave the toilet seat up. You know, come on, I got to sit down. I don't like men. Ladies, when you first start talking to a man, look, if you're dating a man and you do end up going to his house, when you go to that bathroom, that's going to tell you what you need to know. If there's a ring around that toilet and you lift that toilet seat up and it's filthy, girl, that tells you what you need to know about him, you know? And a man that pisses all over the toilet seat and knows you have to sit on that toilet seat and just pisses everywhere, he don't care about you and he don't care about himself. The fact that he would leave piss all over the toilet seat knowing you have to go to the bathroom too is disgusting. He probably don't even wash his hands at the public restrooms. A lot of men don't. They come out the public restrooms touching women's hands after touching their penis, and God knows what was on their penis. Or going number 2 and not washing their hand, and then you end up with it on your damn whatever he touching you. Okay. Hold on. Estrella Yelena says, I read that men are really supposed to sit down to take a pee. It's supposed to be healthier for them. I don't know. I never heard that. Okay. Fire Dragon, I don't agree that there is even a such thing as a gold digger woman. Women are supposed to expect something. Yeah, they just use that. Usually it's broke men and stingy men who use that word. Like, oh my God, how dare the woman that's going to cook for me, clean for me, who I'm going to go inside, even if she doesn't have an orgasm, give her pregnancy, risk disease, all this stuff. Oh my God, she wants me to provide shelter for her. She wants me to provide clothing for her. She wants me to make sure her bills are paid, but yet I'm her protector and provider. Oh my God. The only time, again, I ever think of the gold digger thing is a woman who absolutely does not give one damn about her partner. Literally, she don't even like him at all, but she's staying with him just because of that. You know? Okay. This woman said it's modern day slavery. No thanks. I disagree. See, to me, this is what happens when you are dating bad men. And it's not like you wanted them to be bad, but this is the result of effed up men, you know? And some women just don't want to be submissive. That's just what it is for some women. Okay. To me, so, that's a whole different video. Okay. I don't even let them in my house or tell them where I live. Okay. This woman says, my last husband paid all the house bills. I would still rather struggle to do it alone than spend one more night in his house. She said his with a capital, meaning he probably was telling her, this is my house. Damn. I'm 62 and I've been single, living alone happily for 22 years. My room is so quiet. I ain't got to hear his snoring sounding like two bears fighting. I could never go back. Damn. Sounds like a lot of people annoyed to death. Oh my God. But you know what? I'm going to save it. Hold on. Okay. I'm 47. Okay. This woman says, okay, I'm 47. I raised 4 boys and an ex-husband. 5 years single, empty nester, and I've never want to live with a man again. I don't care if he pays the bills. I like my silence. Sounds like a horrible marriage she had that just turned her off from men. No doubt, I was married to a pretty well-off man, and he had control of the banking, but it wasn't worth his mouth. Again, another woman who was treated like crap by her man. Okay. Give me a second. I want to make this larger. Hold on. Sasha Marie says it seems they only call black women gold diggers. Yeah. Ironically, the group of women who don't get provided for on average. Isn't that amazing? Pretty interesting. But it's pretty normal for other groups of women to expect a man to be a provider and all that other stuff. It's just they don't think, some of them don't think black women are worth it. They want us to break our backs and all that struggle. 50. No, I don't think so. Okay. This woman says at 50, I'm good. I will not cohabitate again. I enjoy my peace. Another woman says my room is pink and fuzzy and soft. And that's all I'm going to say. No more neutral colors. Exactly. Because at this point, there ain't no amount of, as long as he's paying all the bills in me. Damn. Fire Spawn says, yeah, this is why Oprah is hated on. Yeah. But my thing is, she's still with Stedman. It ain't like they broke up. I don't know why people mad at her. Okay. This woman says, no one can say because of them, I have what I have. I got that myself. Nope. My ex left and had all my utilities cut off for zero reason, just to be nasty. Oh my goodness. Yep. I divorced a few years ago. And every time I think about dating, I say, I am not living with anyone again, though. Okay. Damn. Ooh. All right. I'm there. My first husband was my last husband and the last grown man living in my house. I'm good over here. My ex destroyed everything in the house when he left. I had to start over from scratch. Never again. Damn. We definitely have gotten to that point. We have chosen peace. It sounds good. All money ain't good money. I pass. They resent women living in peace without them. How dare I not be allowed to bring chaos and burden? How dare she not want to care for and raise and nurse me? It's not just that. Your kitty cat. It's also about the kitty cat. Older men do not all have access to young women. Only older men who either got something, his penis still works, and he still looks decent. You know what I'm saying? And if his penis is still working, he still wants and needs a woman. And if the women his age and a few years younger are saying no, of course he gonna lose his mind. Okay, this woman says a lot of divorced women on this app are talking about marrying a woman platonically as a straight because a woman is better. Oh, Lord, hold on now. Hold on. A lot of divorced women are talking about marrying a woman platonically. So they're not sleeping with each other because a woman is better and a safer spouse. I don't know how I feel about that. Women ain't all peaceful either. I'm sorry. Women ain't all peaceful. Not all women. Absolutely not. Hi, UK Frostbite. Thank you for the donation. I mean, this is the only phone number. I've had people call in from all over the world on this phone number. You know, it has to be on your phone if you can call me. If I had your number, oh, damn. On this number, I've never made an international call, but I have received them. I've received calls from New Zealand. I received calls from Africa. I received calls from the UK. I received calls from France. Okay. Yeah, not all women can live together. I'm telling you. Like, we got to be real good friends and getting along for me to live with a woman if I'm old. Like, listen, because you're not going to be telling me how to decorate my house. I don't like nobody eating my damn food without asking. That is something that irritates me when I think about it. Like, if you're going to eat my food, I don't care who you are. You don't know what I planned on doing. Ask me, because I don't do that. Any man I even date, I don't just go in and grab his stuff. Like, I don't know. I'll ask, like, are you going to eat that? Can I have some? Usually your man is going to offer you something. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I just think it's a respect thing. It's just a respect thing. I remember I told y'all this guy I was dating. One of my first real relationships when we were living together, his mother had the audacity. I had took out some chicken. I planned on cooking him something, and she came in the house and she cooked something up. I'm not going to lie. It was some good food, but still, like, how you going to come up in here and I'm his woman and take my chicken and cook and make some food? You ain't even asked me. You don't know if I had what I had planned for him. So stuff like that pissed me off. I don't like stuff like that. It's about respect. Chris Brown is an African-American black man. And okay, but we ain't even getting into that with this conversation. Okay, so let's see. All right, this woman said, hold on, UK Frostbite says, maybe if you're old ladies, listen, I've heard stories of old women getting down fighting each other. I've seen it on the news, but I mean, it would be nice because, you know, you do look, just because somebody is older, I don't care what nobody say. Loneliness can happen. And it would be good if you have, you know, an older woman as your best friend Y'all hang out. Y'all have your own rooms in the house. Y'all watch. It's good if y'all have a lot in common. Like we like some of the same shows. We like to shop. Look, when I'm old, I'm still going to be on the internet. So that's going to keep me busy. No matter what, I'm going to be on the internet. If I'm 90, I'm getting on the internet. So I'll have something to do. Okay. So, okay, this woman said they resent a woman living in peace without them. How dare I not, hold on. How dare I not be allowed to bring chaos and burden? How dare she not want to take care of me and raise me and nurse me? A woman says, a lot of divorced women on this app, okay, I already repeated that, going to women as friends, not sleeping with each other. Okay. We are living our grandmother's wildest dreams, financially freedom and emotional peace. Yeah, a lot of men always talk about we need to be like our grandmothers. A lot of our grandmothers were not happy. A number of y'all grandmas got their ass kicked. A number of grandmothers, men were not good. They just had to endure. I mean, men really think, I've heard men, the passport bros, they have a fear. They have a fear of bringing their foreign wife to America because they think she's going to get ruined. How? Oh, she going to realize that your money in her country wasn't SHIT up over here. Or she going to realize, oh my God, I don't have to be forced to stay with you and I'm miserable. Oh my God, I actually have more access to education now. I can go. You know, when women have freedom of choice, and you have a lot of men who don't want women to have freedom of choice, they know women would be leaving a number of them. See, it's easier for a man to stay in a miserable relationship because he can detach emotionally, but he can't detach his urges and needs and wants for your vagina. As long as he's getting that kitty cat every week, he can maintain it. He can stay in it longer than a woman. Because you are a piece of property. You're a piece of kitty cat. I mean, he's the one that's going to be having the orgasm and not you half the time for a number of women. So it's easier for them to be with women they don't even like versus a woman, you know? And a lot of men fear women having freedom and choices because that means they don't have to put up with your S. And they know that. You know, a lot of grandmothers didn't have rights to their own bank account. So if their husbands was beating their ass, they couldn't put money away and sneak and leave and divorce. He had all the money. Or money, I mean, it was different back in the day. Women needed men, not because they necessarily, plenty of women got married to men they didn't even want, but they literally needed them just to eat. Now times are different where women, you know what? If I don't want to be with this man, I don't have to be. I can afford to feed myself, clothe myself. But that's not something that I feel I would embrace as far, I mean, yes and no. Like, I would want a man to be doing that. But it is great too when you do make your money. And, you know, any person, not even just a woman, a man, everybody at large wants to be able to buy whatever the hell they want to buy. Like, if I have to keep asking and you don't have the money for what I want, like, I want to be able to go online or go out and I want this, I want that, and I'm able to afford it. I think that's what most people on earth want to be able to do. You know, not, oh, you wanted that laptop. You wanted that dress. Oh, you might have to wait 5 months. Don't nobody want to hear that shit. I mean, at large. I mean, if you have to save, you have to. But most people want to be able to buy what they want and be able to afford what they want. You know, when you are a woman, when men talk about a woman not working, it's like, well, I hope you don't think I'm just going to be sitting up in the house all day, because I don't live like that. Like, I don't want to live like that. I mean, I want to be able to go places. I want to go out. I don't want to stay stuck in a home. I want my man to go out. I want to go out myself. I want to be able to get my nails done or what stuff I want, not just staying in the house, barefoot and pregnant, barely can afford the groceries of what I want to eat and what I want to cook for you and the kids. And, going out to Red Lobster is now a luxury. Like, no, I don't like even imagining that at all, so, mm, mm, mm. Okay. The next woman said, once I started sleeping diagonally in my bed, I knew I wouldn't give that up. The next woman says, my home has been cleaned for almost 40 years. Guess why? Guess why? One thing I noticed with men, not all of them, but like, are you filthy? Are you filthy? How were you living before you got in a relationship? Were you just throwing your drawers all over the floor? Your toilet was jacked up. You had dishes everywhere. Like, are you sloppy? Are you dirty? Do you even wash your private areas correctly if you can't even maintain a bedroom? Seriously, women need to look at that. When you first start dating a man, see, but women don't always know. If you don't live with him, you don't know how sloppy he is. You don't really know until you live with him. But sometimes when you live with a man early, that causes problems. But it's like, you got to find out if this man is sloppy. There was this guy on TikTok saying he tests women by seeing if they're going to come to his house and offer to clean his house. And that means she's a wife. No, baby, if I come to your house and your house is like a hoarder's house and filthy and sloppy, that's a turn off. That's a turn off. I'm not turned on. I think that you are a nasty person. Like, y'all not 2 years old up in here. You're not 2. So just because we get married don't mean you start to get acting like you forgot how to wash your hands. You forgot how to wash a tub. Oh, you forgot. How was you living before you met me? You didn't know how to do that basic shit? No, I don't think so. I don't know. No. Okay. No. Lord, let me calm down. Okay. I mean, I'm not against being domestic because I am domestic, but I don't like a man where he's throwing his drawers on the floor because he knows I'm going to do laundry. But yet you knew we had a hamper, but yet you felt like, I don't need to put it in the hamper. I'm just going to throw this shit on the floor because she going to pick it up anyway. See, that's disrespect. That's when it starts getting disrespectful because now you treat me like I'm really the maid or that you ain't got no respect for me. Like, why didn't you put your drawers in the hamper and you just thrown it on the floor now? Like, who, what? No. Okay. Yeah, I don't like a man who just is filthy and lazy as hell. Lazy as hell. That's a turn off. Like, stop acting like you don't know how to clean up behind yourself just because you got a woman. Let's come on. If I have to clean, like put the toilet seat down. If you pissed on the floor, have the decency to clean it up. That doesn't mean I'm not going to clean or cook. I'm just saying, like, especially if I was talking to you before that and you wasn't nothing like that, then you got comfortable and start acting like that. No. Okay. This woman says, I've only been divorced for a year, but I can't imagine living with another man. The things I sacrificed for my marriage and got nothing in return. If people can walk out of your life, let them walk. Be blessed in your pride. I'm 48. Never again. I got this. Nothing hits like the reality of the same someone who gave you everything, taking it away because something went down they didn't like. Oh my God, I literally just witnessed this with a friend. I have video proof that he shut the lights off because he met someone else. See, stuff like that makes me want to get physical. Woo. I moved in with my ex and he paid all the bills. He kicked me out so many times when he was upset. When I was upset with him, I lost count. Never again. You know, I was told you shouldn't live with a man. It can be dangerous. I'm not saying not to, but you can have some anxiety about it because it's his place. He can kick you out anytime he wants to. He owns it. He pays the bills. But then if the man lives with you, you can also kick him out. But it's a lot dangerous for a lot of women. A lot of women are getting unalived and murked up. They're getting murked up by these men trying to kick them out because these men ain't got nowhere else to go. Men are more aggressive than women. You think you really just going to come home and say, get your stuff and get out. That man eyes going to pop out. He going to look at you. He going to try to convince you. Or once it hits him, oh my gosh, she really kicking me out. He going to start throwing stuff around the house. He might grab you by the throat. All types of stuff. There are a number of women who have said, if you going to leave a man, you better not let him know you leaving him right away. Because it's dangerous. It's dangerous. Okay. Kathleen King says marry first. Yeah, but the issue also is you get married and you never live with him and then you find out what he's really like because you never stayed with him. You don't really know what he like. Unless you was staying over like maybe for 3 or 4 days and then left his apartment. So you can get a feel of him. Like, yeah, I have my own place and you have your own place, but we spend the night over each other's houses. So I got a feel of you. Okay. This woman says, I was over at his house and he came to bed eating an apple in my ear. Like what I knew at that moment is I love you, but I never want to live with you. Look, or you could just say, could you please stop doing that? That irritates me. I don't like that. I had said not long ago, one of the biggest problems in relationships is a severe lack of communication. That's why most marriages are not working. Because people are marrying people they don't even know. You don't even know them. You dated them or you was thrown together, but you don't know them. And people want to get married so bad. And I understand the need and the feeling of wanting to get married for different reasons or to please your family. But you don't really know who you marrying. Most people, at least in America, are not compatible with who they marrying. And that's why this country has the highest divorce rates in the world. In my opinion, I had said before, the average person is not with the love of their life. And that's why this shit ain't working. Most people are not with who they wanted to be with. Yeah, they might like you and love you, but they don't, oh God, they don't touch your soul. See, every man can bring out something different in a woman. Some men, the way they act, you can curse them out more and they see a side of you you never thought you would show someone because it's just they're not compatible with you and they keep bringing that other side out. And then some men can bring out the romantic side of you more because he actually talks to you. He's intimate with you. Some men can bring out a freaky deaky side you didn't know what was in you because he's a good lover. Some men can bring out an adventurous side of you because he likes to travel and explore and do new things. You know, Fire Spawn says you're talking about a soulmate. Well, I just think that a lot of people are not with their soulmate on average, you know, and it doesn't happen for everybody, but you can still have a good marriage if you're not. But a lot of people are not, they're not. I just think maybe there need to be a new way of dating or setting up marriage because, you know, a lot of men and women get married and at least 5 years in, they're like, oh my God, what? They're not compatible and they don't love the people no more. They feel they made a mistake. All of a sudden they seeing stuff with these people like, where did this shit come from? Oh my God. You know, it's like, and then people say, well, didn't you see this shit before you got married? You didn't know? And sometimes, no, you don't know because people don't always reveal everything right away. You know? Firespawn says, yeah, most people don't marry their soulmate because they're not patient enough to wait for their soulmate. They just get with anybody. Yeah. You know. Kawaii says, I don't think most men really love women. They base their love on what a woman can do for them. Well, what happens though if, I mean, he's paying the bills? Okay. I cook and clean. We both lay it down in the bedroom. But there has to be an emotional connection. You know, I got to really like you to want to spend the rest of my damn life with you. That's how I feel. Because, you know, there are a lot of people, they realize like, oh my God, oh, I want to go. Oh God, I want to go. I'm not compatible. I'm ready for this to end. And they're like, oh, well, y'all married. It's different now. You can't just walk out. I mean, some people do, but they're like, nope. Especially if they're real religious. They're like, God said, you know, you got to be there through the thick and the thin and work it out. And I do believe in marriage counseling. I don't believe, like, I really do feel a lot of women and men are just throwing away stuff like it's a biscuit. That's how I know you're not in love. Because people in love just don't like that. If you really are in love, you know, you want to work it out or figure it out and go to counseling. If all fails, then yeah, I'm going to walk away. I can't take it no more. But, you know, like I've been seeing this a lot in the so-called Black community, how relationships are thrown away like a biscuit. I'm like, you can't possibly tell me y'all were actually in love. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Usually when you love someone, you can't let them go that easily. It's hard. Both men and women. You know, it's hard to do. Okay, let's go to the next thing. She said, I want separate houses, even if I'm married. I have heard of that. I have heard of relationships working when there's some space. You know, like a man might have a man cave. You might have a chill room where, you know, we got a bed, a refrigerator, a TV, some music, some scenery, something where, because I'm an air sign. So I naturally need to breathe a little bit. Like, yeah, I'm gonna give my man attention. I am. But sometimes y'all got to breathe. You got to be able, because I have heard people tell me, well, you end up getting bored. You got to see this person for the rest of your life. And then you end up getting bored seeing their ass every damn day and all that other stuff. I don't know. I just think if I really love my man, I don't think I could ever get tired of seeing him. But it is good sometimes to breathe and have some space. I think having an extra room is healthy. Especially like maybe I'm on my menstrual cycle. I don't feel like, no, don't be laying up all up close to me like that. I need some space, really. I'm on my period, but I'm going through some things. But just being able to have a room to just breathe some and, you know, like I'm not one of them people where I feel everywhere my man go, I always have to be there, you know? And I think my man should also I should have freedom too to, like if I want to go to the store, I'm going to the store. If he want to come on, you can come. But if I feel like going out, to the store by myself, that's fine. It should be, you know? So, okay. Lord. Or if I need security, okay. But, I'm going to the store, I'm going to the mall, you know? Hey, Yolanda. Softer side of Cece said, yeah, when I was younger, I wanted to live in a separate house from my husband. The Mental Level Up podcast. I could love a good man, but I honestly can't see sharing my kitchen gadgets, my bedroom, my credit cards, my yard, vacations, Lucky Charms. Oh my God. The one thing that I do think about is when it comes to the joint account thing, like, I don't know. I think it was Steve Harvey or somebody who said, y'all should have a joint account and also separate accounts. We got what we put in here, and then I got my thing, and then you got your thing. Maybe the joint account, okay, that's if we were going 50-50. That's if, right? And I put in my thing and he put in his thing, and that's the rent, the mortgage, the utilities, there it all go. What's left over, So, do y'all think that should men be the head of paying the bills? Do you even think men are responsible and organized enough to actually pay household bills, or should it be the woman who pays the bills? Hey, Jessica, let me know in the chat. Would you feel comfortable with your man paying all the bills, or would you prefer to do it? There was one man, I'm not going to say his name, who said, oh, the woman is supposed to give her check to her husband. Baby, you ain't pimping me out. What you think this is? You ain't pimping me. Get out of here with that crap. Hell out of here. Okay. Pretty Wahala, I prefer to pay them, but he can give the check to me. A man should pay. If men want a submissive wife, then he should pay all the bills, plus give her half if they divorce. What I meant by that is like, he has all the rent money and everything, but you are the one who goes and pays it. Like, you got everything organized on what's due, and he bring the money to you, and then you go pay all the bills and make sure everything's taken care of. The men I've met have been horrible with money, so no, women should make sure the bills are paid. Some men will get you evicted. This woman said, I'll be 50 next month. I raised 2 girls, married twice, never again. To paraphrase Little John, do that for what? After 2 marriages, where I was an afterthought, I'm putting myself first. Okay, I think I have like 4 more of these to read from these women. She said, I stopped dating, completely divested, and doubled my income well within a year of saying no more. Powerful movement. Just moved out this summer, and nope, never again. I am at my best company and I love my home. I don't want to wash your clothes, cook your food, answer to no one else. I don't want it. I'd rather be homeless than live with a man, even if he's literally paying for everything. No way. This is Aquarius energy. Oh my God. Okay, this is the age of Aquarius. We're in the age of Aquarius, and Aquarius is an air sign like me. And I do know a lot of Aquarius women, and they are fiercely independent women. But they do submit too. You just got to be the right man. You got to prove yourself. You got to be the right man. But a lot of them are very independent. A number. Not all of them, but a lot of them are like that. Even if they do submit, they always will. If something go wrong, they gonna figure it out and they gonna survive. They're survivors. A number of them. Okay. Sorry, y'all hear some noise. All right. 9 times out of 10, if you're living with your man, you will be forced into daily domestic servitude and you will not know peace. You will not know peace or relaxation. I just feel like this will only happen if I'm not happy. If I'm in a happy, loving relationship and my man is paying them bills and I get to stay home, then cooking and cleaning is not a problem. That's my man. My man is providing for me. Not only that, as a woman, you're raised, some women, to keep a nice house. The house is going to be beautiful. I feel like if my man is loving me, laying it down, giving me kisses and affection, showing me he's just not about talking, he shows me through action, then yeah, my man deserves a good ass meal. My man deserves some cupcakes and some cookies. My man deserves the best meals I can cook. Why wouldn't I do that for my own man? That don't make no sense to me. That's my man. And not every man get to be called my king, but yeah, that'll be my king. And if I don't like him or I don't feel he's worth doing that for, then why the hell would you be with him? For what? You don't even love him. That's how I feel. How could you possibly love your man who you said is a good man, but he been busting his ass and he can't even come home for a cooked meal? And he providing you with shelter and provision. Girl, bye. I don't agree with women like that. I'm sorry. Because I don't think you could possibly truly love him. He's loving you. And just because he go to work don't mean that's enough. I'm talking this man is kissing you, hugging you, telling you he love you, looking you in your eyes, telling you he love you, rubbing your feet, pleasing you in the bedroom, giving you his credit card when you want something, keeping his promises, supporting your dreams. And he can't even get a fucking meal. I don't agree with that crap. I don't agree with it. I just don't. And when I hear women talk like this, I think your man ain't shit. How could he be? If you feel once a woman starts talking like you don't even like this dude, the question is, why are you with this dude then? Because you clearly can't like him. He's not the one. He's not the one. Now, I'm not saying that every woman wants to be domestic, but I'm old school. Now, I'm not saying that you can't hire a maid every now and again. I think that's kind of cool. Like, every couple of weeks. I don't want a maid cleaning everything though. Like, I don't trust no woman up in my bedroom type of thing. Like, she can clean the bath. And I don't know. Maybe she can clean the bathroom. I don't know. The kitchen, the dining room, the living room. For certain places is off limits because I don't trust everybody. But, you know? So, um, yeah. But Sasha and Kama, the reason why a lot of women talk like this is because a lot of women are not meeting good men. They ain't been in love. They haven't been treated with love and care. And that's why women are not they're not blooming completely, because men are not loving women like they should these days. This whole movement men got going on, I think a lot of them are closeted, to be honest with you. Something wrong with a number of them. They're mean, they're unloving. Like why would I want you? Why would you expect me to be lovey-dovey and affectionate with you? And y'all got this movement talking crap about women all the time. You don't want to do nothing. Then I don't need you. You couldn't be my man. I don't think so. I don't want a cold-blooded man again, because I have talked to one. No, thank you. You can take your cold ass somewhere else. Go get a man. Go get a man. Because the love I give, I want back. I want the love I give back. I don't know. These men, they gonna learn though. These red pills and all these men on TikTok hating women. Y'all ain't doing nothing but pushing women away. You ain't gonna never. And then when they see the loving couples on TikTok, they start whining in the comments. I want that. Why can't women? Women are like that. But do you treat her in a way for her to show you it? Like women just, y'all really think all women just jump on every man giving love and kisses and affection? No. That just don't happen like that. It has to be attraction. You have to bring it out. You have to give me love and affection for me to respond. Because if you treat me cold and you ain't hugging me or being affectionate or nothing towards me, no, you're not going to see the other side of me. You're not going to get it because you're not giving it to me. I have to get that in order to give it to you. Like if you ain't going to hold my hand, you're not going to hug me and all that stuff. No, that ain't going to work for me. No. All right. Queenie says the man you're speaking of sounds like a fantasy. No, they're out here. They are definitely out here. A lot now, I'm not stereotyping, but a lot of men not black are affectionate. A lot of men not black are affectionate, but you have some affectionate black men. But now they got this whole simping, be all mean and don't compliment, all this movement crap they got going on, which makes them look and sound like closeted men. You can go ahead and be a Grinch. Go ahead and be a Grinch. But don't get mad when you keep attracting these hard ass women, because you a hard ass man. I'm not your homeboy. You can be masculine and hard with them. When you come home to me, I'm your woman. I'm the baby. I'm the flower, and I need my affection. So if that's a problem, it's simping to open my door, pull out my chair. I don't want you. I don't have time for it. Okay. Okay. This woman says women are moving on to better things themselves. Even with the Thanksgiving meals, men are first to eat, last to cook, and with all of the increase. This just made me had a flashback. I remember someone was surprised because they saw me. This guy was dating. I cooked Thanksgiving, and he was sitting down and I made his plate and brought him his meal. And that kind of surprised this person. Yeah, I'm domestic. I mean, yeah, why wouldn't I bring my man his plate of food? Like, that's how I get down and what I saw. Your man sits down, you make his meal and bring it to him. I'm not saying he can't never get up himself, but, I didn't see what was odd about it. But maybe some people aren't used to seeing that. I don't know. So, All right. This woman, let's see what else they said. I got two more. She said, I never want to foster another man child for I never want to foster another man child for their forever home. It's return to sender these days. Let their mamas deal with it. And the minute he has a bad day, he's holding it over our heads. Brings it up every time. No thanks, sir. I'm good. Okay. This woman says, I've said never again for 4 years until recently. And guess what? A month after dating him, I'm already at never again. That was funny to me. Let me read that again. She said, I said never again. No to these damn men for 4 years. And I tried again. And just after 1 month, I'm back at saying never again. Oh, okay. This woman says, and don't you hate it when they say you don't even want a friend? When a man says, don't you want a friend? That means, don't you want somebody to F? Don't you want me to come over and hit it? Like, at least, can I be your friend? When men tell a woman, can I be your friend? That means I want to sleep with you. That's all that means. We don't have a commitment, but if you need that kitty to be petted, you can call me. We can be friends. Men don't be friends with women for no reason. If a man want to be your friend, he's telling you, let me hit it. We don't have to date, but I'm going to be your friend. You know what I mean? That's what that means. Thank you, Care. So that's when a man, ladies, we know men. I mean, I'm not saying you can't call a man and check on him and have a friendship like that. Like, you check on me some days and I'll check on you. But usually when men say that to you, that's what that means. Okay. This woman says, and don't you hate it when they say, okay, you don't even want a friend. This woman says, I love being alone way too much. Wait. Full disclosure, I have 2 dogs and a cat. Okay. I think this is okay. All right. Sorry if y'all hear noise because my mouse is not working that good. Okay. I'm a widow and I was finished after he passed away. Rest in peace to my husband. Been there, done that. Never again. Her husband must have been horrible. Been divorced for 20 years and I'm loving it. Yes, queen, definitely a movement. You know, it's just something to me because I have known some horrible men, but it's never made me not think I never want a man again. I think the older you get, and if you keep going through this over and over, you probably will get to a point where, you know what? I just give up. If I find love, I do. And if I don't, I don't. I think it's even more easier if a woman has already had children. Because women feel that pressure, or they might think, well, I fulfilled it. I had kids, at least. I did it. So if I don't end up with the love again, at least I got my kids. You know, it's different for a woman who don't have children because you feel that pressure more like, yeah, I need to have children, you know, versus a woman who already did it. And there are women who are younger who don't want children too. Okay, and this was the last comment I'll share. The world system of patriarchy is coming apart. There will be a war against this, so let us be ready. Ladies, I hate to say this, what I'm about to say. Y'all don't want to hear what I'm about to say. If there is ever an event where most women on the planet withhold that kitty cat, because that's what it's about with a lot of men. If y'all really think men are going to go out without a fight with you withholding the kitty cat, y'all are in for a rude awakening. I'm sorry to say this. Men are stronger. They will R us. They will bust down the doors. They will gang R us. This happens already all over the world, especially in India. Oh, yeah. If there's an event where women really think we're going to escape having to give them this kitty cat, girl, the men are going to turn animalistic because they already like that, half of them. And they going to just take it. Y'all going to have to get a gun and y'all going to have to shoot their ass down. That's the only answer that's going to save y'all from them. I'm sorry. You know, you got a lot of men like Akon talking about, well, we can have an incubator. We don't need women. Negro, please. Okay. There's no time in history men could do without a kitty cat. Who you think you fooling, Akon, with that statement? That ain't happening. You know, I just don't get men anyway. Like, why they hate women so much. I don't understand where it's coming from. You know, I think you're seeing a lot more men having panic attacks and tantrums now that women are speaking up a lot more and saying, you know what? I don't have to put up with this crap. I'm tired. I don't want to be treated this way. I don't like this. I don't like that. You know, oh, I have a call. Hold on, everyone. Hello?
Great day. Can you hear me?
Yes, give me 1 second.
Sure.
Ooh, hold on. Okay. Hello.
Great day, great cerebral, and great one. So this is Love One in the comments. When was there a period in time when men did not want us for sex?
Never.
Exactly. So we should not be surprised after all of these eons of time that that's still what they want us for, and that we have to come to grips that that's all they have ever really wanted us for. Us cooking and cleaning and nursing them and caring for them were the icing on the cake, with sex being the cake. So,
but don't you think they want? I'm sorry. Like, what about our kisses and hugs and love and affection? Don't they want that too?
No, and I'm gonna prove it to you. Okay. I'm gonna prove it to you, and I'm gonna hit hard, and I'm gonna hit home with this. Okay. Men enter joy inflicting pain, and I'm gonna prove it to you. Every single lady that is listening to this, when you lost your virginity, okay, you did not orgasm. You did not get pleasure out of it. That man did. Whenever the first time that man had lost his virginity with a person, because we all know that when little boys go through puberty, they actually have their first orgasm without us, right? Their first little wet dream. They have it without us. They learn how to pleasure themselves from being young adolescent teenagers into grown men without us, right? So they know that they can pleasure themselves without us, okay? When we all lost our virginity, we did not orgasm. We did it. Not even up to the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th, 10th time afterwards, okay? We did not orgasm until we learned how to transform and transmute pain into pleasure. And if I am lying, somebody better come with some hard facts and evidence, because I'm 44 and I ain't no virgin and I know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Are you still there? Mm-hmm. So I say all of that to say that when we first encountered having sex, within that first however long it took us from the time that we lost our virginity until we learned to have an orgasm, it wasn't pleasurable for us. The pleasure for us was just being around the man, being around masculine energy, and that's what that was, until we learned how to have an orgasm. we've learned how to enjoy sex. To me, just from what I said, personally, my perspective is that sex is predominantly for men because they're the ones that get the most pleasure out of it.
But that's not fair. I always just felt like that's just not fair. A lot of women want an orgasm really bad with their man. I mean,
and can't.
but you know, like a toy, a vibrator can do it, but we want it with the man. We need it from him, you know. And Lord, I can't even talk.
Well, I mean, even when you study the anatomy and physiology of our bodies, right? Research has even proven that we actually have more of a climax and more of a stronger orgasm from clitoral stimulation than we do from deep penetration.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right? So it's not so much of the inner physicality of the act with him. It is actually the culmination of the pheromones that are going off inside of us. We want to be around him. And, we want to be around men. We want that energy. And that's really where we get our climax from, not so much of the physicality of the act.
Yeah. And it's true what you said. I mean, it's just something about seeing him. And well, I can't speak for all women, but you know, he's in control. Lord, I want to say certain things on here I can't say, but I'll just agree with you. You know, the masculine part and
men are turned on by pain, whether they are cognizant of it or not. They are turned on by pain. When we're deep in the act and the moaning and groaning is coming, is happening. They get aroused even more, right? And if you trace all of that moaning and groaning all the way back from the beginning when you lost your virginity up until in between the times that you learn how to climax, that moaning and groaning was really you groaning. You were in pain.
Yeah, the first time is very painful. The first time, yes.
Even the second and third time, cerebral.
Well, it wasn't. I can't. It was the first time.
The first time, yeah. Even the second, third, and fourth, fifth time was not as painful as the first time, but it still was no climax. It still was no orgasm in it for you.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Until you were able to learn your body, right? And learn, ooh, right there, or ooh, I like this, or ooh, I like that. And then that's how you learned how to have a climax, right?
Yes.
But the majority of the time, men are not getting with us in order for us to have a climax.
Yeah, because they be thinking about them.
Exactly.
They selfish.
Exactly.
Selfish lovers. I don't like selfish lovers.
Exactly. So, all that to say, outside of us being sex workers, and I don't mean that in any type of derogatory way. Whether you've married and been married for 30, 40, 50 years, you having sex, right? Outside of the sex, cooking, and cleaning, and being their nurses, how many men actually just want to be around us to be around us? Men don't care to have intellectual, stimulating conversations with us. Men don't care to do any type of research, whether that's in a laboratory, in a library, or out in Mother Nature, right? They don't care to do that with us. They care to do that with each other.
But that's not right. I want to do it with them. I need an intellectual conversation. I'm an air sign. I got to have that. I want to be able to hang out with my man. We got to be friends.
I understand that, and I'm not saying that you're wrong. All I'm saying is that it's a one-way street. They don't need that from us. They don't search from that from us. It's like, I really think it's something in their psyche that when they're in the presence of us, it's like the thinking part of their brain automatically shuts down. And it's not something that he does. It's just something that I think naturally, chemically just happens inside of their body. The thinking part of their brain shuts down, and everything is then diverted to arousal.
Yeah.
I don't think that they have the capacity to do that with us.
You know what? Because some men, they wanna do it to you every 10 minutes, right out. Just on you, on you, on you. And I'm not saying I don't have a healthy libido, but like every 10 minutes. And the thing for me personally, if you don't intellectually stimulate me, I get bored. I get bored of him, and I'm no longer interested. That has happened to me. I'm not interested in you. You don't stimulate me mentally, and I'm bored, and I don't I lose interest. That turns me off majorly. Men who cannot hold conversations and they never want to talk about anything and everything turns sexual. I back
Yep.
away because I literally am turned off. Like I'm turned
Yep.
on, I'm turned on by you, but I need conversation. I need to see what your brain is like. I don't want to procreate with an idiot. I need to see that you're smart. I want to talk about things. I want to be able to hang out. If you can't keep my attention or stimulate me, I get bored and lose interest.
But cerebral, isn't that the case with like millions of us around the globe? Like what I'm saying is what we are asking for. I feel like it's something that they have not evolved to be capable of doing yet. Because what we're asking for is not something that is unrealistic. Well, I can't say unrealistic. What we're asking for is something that is true, right? It's true. It's not a fallacy. It's something that's true. But I don't think that men have evolved within their own nature of themselves to be able to give us that in that capacity. And I feel like that as long as sex is always in front of them, and by what I mean by that is just being in the presence of a woman. He don't got to know her from a can of paint. She could have just walked in the room, right? Never been involved with her, don't even know her name yet. But as long as the representation, which is us, is in front of him, he doesn't have the capacity to go there for us yet.
Not even if you're into what he's into. Like he likes certain sports and I like it too. So then we could watch it together. Like stuff like that don't help.
I want you to analyze these sports, right? All of these sports still, except I think for golf and maybe swimming, all of the other sports are all physical contact, body on body.
Damn.
Look at it from an
Oh.
analytical point. Look at it from that football. They're tackling each other, smacking each other's butt. They and pushing it. All of them, except for a select few. Okay, track and field. There's no body on body contact. Swimming is no body on body contact. Golf is no body on body contact. But those are not major sports that the men around the globe actually are entertained by. All of the other ones are. Especially the major one of football over here. That is extreme body on body contact. So even if you are into football and y'all are in the house and y'all watching the football game, you already know that men are visual. So he's visually seeing all of these men have body on body contact, and your opposite body of his is right beside him. It's still going to end at the end of the day. Still want to end in physical contact.
Yeah. You know what else? Like if you ask a man, baby, can you rub my foot? That shit only lasts a good 2 minutes, and then he rubbing other spots. He can't concentrate and just focus on the foot. But also, this is probably also why it's good sometimes to talk crap to him in the bedroom. Say some things, talk some shit to him. They get turned on by it. Like smack them lightly and say something a little rough, but a little, spicy, and they get turned on by that too. So.
Which proves the point that I said earlier that they are turned on by pain. They are turned on by pain. What you just described was a sensual, sexual way of being aggressive, right?
Yeah.
Aggression is played out through pain. Boxing is another big sport. You think that is a part of not sexually turned on by that, whether they're cognizant of it or not, why would they spend all of these thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to go watch two half-naked men whose body is all oiled up and all chiseled up, pummeling each other's bodies?
You know, this is making me think about that Indian or Pakistani man on the Queen Maker when he says there's something wrong with us. I mean, that's what he said out his own. He said that out his own mouth. Like we trying to figure it out. What's going on with the male mind? Like why we always unaliving and fighting.
Yeah.
And he said we trying to figure it out. You know.
And I agree with him. And also that was he German? Was he French? The other guy, the psychoanalyst or psychiatrist that she had up there, he was saying the same thing. He said the same thing. Because I remember in the interview that she was doing with him, or the other lady that he was doing it with, where she got the clips from before she got it with him, he said, don't get me wrong, don't take me out of the equation. He said, you got to understand that I'm still a man. I'm just a man who chose to evolve myself. But at my base nature, had I chosen not to go into the educational field that I went into, that is still inside of me. I just evolved myself to be able to control it.
Yeah, I have said that a lot, and I'm gonna ask you this question: do you feel like most women truly know what and who they are dealing with when it comes to men?
No, because we were all fed an illusion of what man is. I've said this before in the chat box on different other ones of other discussions that you had. We have been fed this fairy tale of men are the protectors, but men are supposed to protect us from other men. Why are we expecting a man, right, to protect us from other men? That nature of those men that he claiming to be protecting us from is in him too. He's a man. Here's why in many lands we were never supposed to learn self-defense. Women weren't never supposed to learn how to wield swords or knives. We were never supposed to learn how to utilize guns or rifles. We were never even we were never even allowed to take any forms of martial arts. None.
You know what?
Why do you think we were kept out of all of those fields intentionally?
Yeah.
I want her vulnerable.
Yeah.
So that when I go to do what I go to do, it's painful for her, and I get a dink off of that too.
Tell us this. Why do you think men around the globe always blame the woman when she is raped?
That is something that he does within himself to try to appease his own conscience, the little bit minuscule part that they have. Okay, you had asked before I called. You were talking about Akon, and then you had made a statement, and I had wanted to touch on that. The crux reason that men have so much enmity or hatred between us is because they have to turn to us in order to have release, right? In order for them to release, we are the natural thing that they are supposed to release into. And they hate that they have been feeding us and programming us in our generations of lineages of mothers before us that we are the weaker vessel. Who in their right mind is turned on by weakness? Us women are not turned on by weakness.
Yeah,
So
but we're women though.
Supposed to be the head. But look, are we really the weak ones? Is what I'm getting to. That's really what I'm getting to. If men are turned on by us, then that obviously means that we are not the weaker one. If men are not able to rein in his physicality and not be able to elevate himself past the physicality, meaning they can be in a room with us, whether they know us or don't know us, and not allow the sexual urge to flood and take over all of them, then that means that we're not the weak ones, y'all.
Yeah,
That's what
we
that means.
can even go years without having SCX. I want
Oh,
to
and I know I have.
I want to address someone in the chat, and I want your opinion too.
Yep.
American
Oh,
Black
go ahead.
American Black Holocaust survivors. You said people attract themselves and others. I don't agree with that. I have talked to men who were nothing like me. Like they seemed decent at first, but once I got to know them, I'm not like this man. How did I attract someone I'm not even like? Like I don't agree with that. You know, if I was kind and sweet, how come I'm getting abused in some type of way? I don't abuse people. So I don't like when I hear that because that's bullshit to me. That's just my opinion, though. That's just my opinion. What do you think? Do people attract themselves and others?
Okay, I'm gonna answer that, and it's gonna almost be like a two-sided answer. It's gonna be like a twofold, not two-sided, but twofold answer. Okay, I feel that in certain situations, we do attract ourselves and other people because they were meant to come to us for us to truly take a hard look at ourselves to know what we need to fix inside of ourselves. Then the other answer to that is I feel like we also have the capacity and the energy to attract those that we are meant to help on their healing journey. But most of them don't know that they're coming to us because there's something in them that needs to be healed. Does that make sense?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Meaning that say you have a girlfriend and that girlfriend has extremely low self-esteem, right? But you don't feel awkward when you're around her, and you know that she doesn't feel awkward when she's around you, right? It's something in her that you have the capacity to help her on her journey, but only if she's willing to heal. Now, when y'all get to that crossroads and you are able to clearly see that, okay, she's not willing to heal this yet because she's not even willing to acknowledge it, then y'all got to part paths. So that's what I mean by that. I feel like sometimes we do attract people because it's like they're a mirror image of what the things that we need to, the trauma that we haven't addressed and acknowledged and healed from yet. And then it's flipped to where we attract people because we are a healing balm or some type of stimulation for them to look at and be like, dang, she pulling that off, she could do that. Then you know what, maybe I can too. And maybe she just needed to be around your energy enough for her to gain enough confidence and clarity within herself to go on her journey and fulfill that. And whether that's a man or a woman.
Okay.
But I'm in agreement with you because I'm in agreement with what you said because no, if we got 2, 3, 4-year young little children out here that's being SA, that's being great, there's a whole lot of horrendous things happening to them. You're going to tell me in their 2, 3, 4-year young little self they attracted that?
Yeah.
Miss me with that.
Yeah, I never liked that.
Miss me with that. So, and then there's, you know what? I'm glad you just said, that's also an scapegoat. I think people that use that they're not understanding that they're trying to create an scapegoat. Oh, she was supposed to get great. What you mean she was supposed to get great? That means that you're making the victim the villain. Now you're trying to make the victim the scapegoat for what the villain did. I'm not, miss me with that. I'm not, no. But the truth of the matter is, there's a lot of men in this world that don't want to look in the mirror, right? They don't want to look in the mirror, and they don't want to look at the monster. They don't want to look at the monster. It's easier for them to fight the supposed minions that they see out here in the world, meaning us women, because that's how they look at us a lot of times, like their adversary, right? Than for them to fight themselves. It's a whole lot easier to fight someone on the outside of you than it is to fight someone on the inside of you. And if I'm lying, I'm flying. Because if that wasn't the truth, the world wouldn't have as many drug addicts, as many alcoholics, as many obese people, gluttonous people, shopaholics. If it was easy to fight the monster within you, the world wouldn't be the way that it is. It's much easier for me to come fight you than it is for me to look in the mirror and fight myself. And that's just the truth.
I agree.
That outside person was just a distraction from me having to look at myself.
Well, I feel torn on it because I don't feel there's really anything wrong with me. So I don't.
No. I'm not saying you. I'm just saying like collectively as a group of peoples here on this planet. I don't mean. I wasn't directing that to you. I'm just saying in general, right?
Okay.
Take it like when you was in middle school and or in high school, and there was always that one bully. Everybody always had that one bully in their school, right?
Mm-hmm.
That one bully used everybody that they bullied as a distraction from them fighting themselves. Is all the point that I'm making.
Okay. Okay. I want your opinion on something. I want to read something Jay Richards in the chat said. He said the bottom line is that once a woman gives up the kitty cat, the man feels that he has conquered her. So if she wants to stop or pull back, he just brushes it off his shoulder. Okay, but I'm confused a little because if we've been seeing each other for months, eventually you're going to get the kitty cat. So then you feel you have to discard me. So if I'm married to you and then you get the kitty cat, what happens in the relationship? Why do y'all want to punish us for giving you what you wanted? You wanted the kitty cat, and now you want to dispose of me because I gave you the kitty cat or I desired you. It's just, I don't know. What do you think about that?
What book was that in? It's an old book. Okay, maybe to jog my memory as I explain it. In men's psyche, hardwired in their DNA, they know that they know that we are the righteous ones, the holy ones, i.e. just because of our nature. Meaning that we can go out and take care of a garden, we can go out and take care of wild animals, we can go out and take care of children, whether we birth them or not, we can go out and take care of the elderly, we can go out and take care of the world without doing it, grabbing our crotch and asking and seeking for something in return. Okay? Even in all of their religions, even though their religions were made to keep us in bondage, their religions, when you even look deep down into them, their religions put us on a pedestal. And it wasn't even that they put us on a pedestal, it was them acknowledging that within herself, even without sex, she sits on a throne. Men see us as clean and as holy until we have this sexual act and defile our physical bodies with that act to them.
But don't they understand that we want it too? We want to get laid too. Why can't they understand this? I mean, a woman can be celibate, but
do we really?
Well, some of us do.
Really?
Some of us do want to get laid out here, and it's not hard for a woman. It's not hard for a woman, but I mean, why come they can't understand that? Damn, some of us. If I desire you, I want you. I am turned on by you. I want you. Why can't they understand? I want you too.
Because it mars the image. It mires and mars and mucks up the image that they hold sacred within their psyche about us. That's why. That is just as simple as that.
Are they living in delusion? Are they living in delusion?
Yes, they are. And you know why? Because the vast majority of them always, and for eons of time, have always spoken about a virgin. Have they not?
Yeah.
You're supposed to be a virgin when you get married. What does a virgin mean? A virgin means someone that has no sexual experience, correct?
Yes.
She hasn't been touched. She's clean. She's innocent. And also, men's psyche has not evolved enough for them to accept what you're talking about on its grandest level. Meaning that they feel, a lot of them feel inadequate when it comes to pleasing us in the bedroom. They do.
Yeah.
Many of them feel inadequate, right?
Yeah, I think that they want you to be a virgin also because they don't want to think that another man might have pleased you better, or they assume that they're going to fit you. And that's not always true at all. Just because you're a virgin, like if a man is 3 inches, I'm sorry, just because she a virgin, she's still gonna be unhappy as hell. She still ain't gonna feel you after it's over. For the rest of her marriage, she gonna be miserable. So, but I'm not mad if a man, if they being a virgin is not a bad thing at all. My thing is that a lot of these men are not virgins. So if you're not a virgin, but you expect us to be virgins, explain who you was sleeping with. You was sleeping with women. You was inside of other women, but you want women. You can't preach you want us to be pure and virgins, but then you say go sow your wild oats. Then you need us to sleep with you then in order for you to be fulfilled. And then you want to shame us for sleeping with you.
See, I think it's because of the way that the evolution between man and woman, meaning the void of his evolution and the evidence of our evolution. If you look at it from the analogies and basically the mathematical equations that we just laid out, basically, we know how to accept and see sex as something that is not dirty, that's something that is clean. They haven't been able to bring sex out of the gutter. They still, in many ways, operate that it's dirty. Whether they want to acknowledge it or not, in their psyche, they see it as it is a dirty act.
I don't know where they get this from. That's crazy.
Because if they didn't, why would they shame that woman for being able to have climax with this man? Right? Why would and even if the man married a virgin and stayed with that virgin for 20, 30 years and she never had nobody else, right? And he was the only one that entered into her. He's still on many levels because his psyche hasn't evolved in regards to sex. See her as being dirty.
Not only that,
I don't know why.
He wouldn't even care that during those 20 marriages, he never satisfied her. He wouldn't even care.
That's what I'm saying.
They don't want us to be, I mean, some men do want to please you, but a lot of them, it's like they don't even think we desire to get pleased. I'm like, what is wrong with y'all? Are you crazy?
Nope.
Are you crazy? You really think, child, look, there was a woman, I ain't going to say her name. She said, well, we get fulfillment through having a baby. I'm like, baby, having children ain't gonna never make up for my man not being able to do his job. You know what I'm saying? That ain't gonna never take the place of my man pleasing me in the bedroom, or at least trying. Girl, no, I don't think so.
Yeah, because a woman who is what? That don't make no sense. Because they know ain't no woman that's a healthy-minded woman. She ain't having sex with none of her children. And mind you, I said healthy, okay? A healthy woman is not out here having sex with her children. So what does she mean fulfilled? She's obviously not talking about a companion type of fulfillment with her children. So what type of aspect of fulfillment is she talking about?
I guess she meant... Go ahead. I'm sorry. No, I think she meant... Well, if he can't hit it good, well, at least you had kids and you can be happy raising children, and that'll take the place of him not pleasing you. And I thought she was out her mind when she said that. I'm like, are you serious?
So that's her denouncing. That's her way of trying to denounce that we're not supposed to have sexual pleasure also. Basically, that's what she's saying. She's denouncing that we are supposed to have sexual pleasure. And I hope you know what the acronym stands for that I'm getting ready to say. FGM.
Girl, I know about it, and it turns my stomach. It turns my stomach.
But Cerebral, why was it done?
To punish women because they knew we get our pleasure down in that way. So they want to take it away. And now you got them crazy women in Africa, Indonesia, some parts of the Middle East saying, "Oh, it means you're clean. Honey, my kitty cat ain't clean until I wash it. Cutting off my thing ain't clean, baby. And it hurts like hell." Can you imagine? Oh my God.
That part.
Oh Lord.
And you know it's three different ways. That they do it, right?
I've seen the pictures and I never want to see it again in my damn life.
Girl, I went further than that. I think for like a year or 2 years, I was doing deep research on that and was looking up every single documentary that I could find on it. And at first, it only started out with like, say, 5 to 7 minute clips. And then as I started getting deeper into it, I would find documentaries that was like 34, 45. One was even like an hour and 12 minutes long. And those ones were actually showing it being done. Girl, okay. So all of that was done so that we could not have any pleasure with ourselves, nor so that we could have pleasure with our husband or whomever he is, right? So it was all about cheating her and denying her out of sexual pleasure.
Girl, let me tell you.
Volumes.
Cola Booth. I don't know if you heard of her. She said that was done to her and that sometimes when they sew you up like that, on the wedding night, the husband has to get a razor to cut you open just to get inside you. Oh my God. Oh my God.
One of the documentaries that I watched, a young lady that happened, well, on their wedding night, he attempted. And then for 3 nights after the wedding night, each night he attempted and couldn't gain entrance, right? So on the 4th night, they said he took a razor blade and they were still, they were in still out in the fields and their makeshift, huts and everything. There was no electricity and he cut her, but he cut the right thing and ended up cutting that vein that's in the interior of your upper thigh where it goes into meat, where your legs come together. He actually cut that artery.
Oh Jesus, girl, don't tell me.
Down in that artery, and she bled out to death. She bled out to death. She died.
African women who hear me, please get your fucking mind back and your mind right and stop this bullshit. It's not culture. I don't give a damn what you call it. It's torture. Why would you want that type of pain on your vagina? Girl, have you lost your mind? Because nowadays they hold the girls down and do it to them. Y'all have lost your minds.
Oh, I know.
Y'all have lost your minds.
One of the documentaries, the youngest one that they showed on one of those documentaries, she was only 18 months.
They have lost their minds. I don't understand, girl. I can't talk more about it. Let's go, please. I can't. It's upsetting me. I'm holding my stomach.
But all of it still boils down to that. Whoever culture, whoever tradition that it came from, that we were the caregivers, it has damaged us and many generations of us for a long time. Because that is literally all men see us as caregivers. When you're cooking for him, you're being a caregiver. When you're cleaning his house, you're being a caregiver. When you're nursing him back to health, you're being a caregiver. When you are being intimate with him, you're being a caregiver. So all of these labels and titles that have been put on the different sexes has come to fulfillment of putting us in a coffin. Real talk.
Lord.
Because a man doesn't. That means that he is right. And a man is robbed by this too. Don't get me wrong. A man is robbed because then that man never has to learn what proper nutrition is and how to hydrate his body, how to properly nourish his body, what proper food. That means that man never has to truly learn what proper hygiene is.
Oh, Lord, Jesus.
Whether that be in regards to his bed comforters, his bed sheets, his clothes, his drawers, his body, right?
Girl.
That man does not have to know how to care in a medical sense, in a medical way for his own body. What else do? We give free therapy sessions all the freaking time. I think the title of being mother has not only entrapped us in totality, it also is the reason why man's mental, physical, emotional, and spiritual evolution has not evolved, has not come into being yet.
You know
because
what?
We have mothered the life out of him.
You know what's interesting, though?
He's never had to learn how to be his own mother.
You know what's it's interesting, though, how so many of them complain about women being masculine, but if you crave to be around a bunch of men anyway, why are you mad the woman's masculine? I mean, you really want a man anyway, so what's the problem?
Yep. Yep, they do.
So...
and they do.
Oh, God.
A lot of them do. A lot of them do. This guy many years ago got upset with me when I asked him. I said, which number outweighs the other, 99 or 1? And he said, well, 99. I said, exactly. I said, y'all don't even understand how actually spiritually y'all are spiritual homosexuals. And this ain't bashing your preference, okay? This is not bashing nobody's preference, okay? But I'm just saying this to clarify. 99% of y'all time, y'all want to be with men. Meaning doing things. Like how earlier when we were talking about, outside of you serving that man in some capacity, that man don't want to be with you. He don't want to go explore nature. He don't want to go explore scientific things in a laboratory or out in nature or in a library. He don't want to do these things with you. But he ain't got no problem doing it with his homeboy. Right? So
that's a problem. I would get mad. Like, you're not going to be spending more time with your boys than me. Absolutely not. I'm not trying to hear that crap.
But they don't have the capacity to be able to do the things with us that they do with their homeboys. It's not something that I think that they intentionally set out to do. I don't think that they intentionally set out to do that. I think that all comes down to their wiring and their psyche and the fact that we have not, in all of the generations of humankind, I don't know of any cultures of people, races of people, traditions of people where the man and the woman were supposed to be on their own for a set amount of time before they were allowed to be with each other. Meaning, woman, you go off into the world and explore and get to know yourself and know your environment. And once you completed that, then you come back and you're ready for union with someone. And the same thing with man.
Yes.
When has man ever been able to go off and take care of himself?
Hold on real quick. I know your voice. Someone in the chat, Fire Dragon, wants to know, what is your name? You are the most interesting caller ever on the show. What's your name?
So I'm in the chat as Love One.
Love One?
Yeah, I'm in the chat in there as Love One. Some messages way earlier in the talk.
Island Girl says, this caller is spitting facts. She needs her own channel or podcast.
Last time I called in some months ago, you and the people on your show would say the same thing. And when I meet people out in public and I speak this stuff, they tell me the same thing. They're like, you need a bullhorn. Why don't you have your own podcast? And it's like, when I came to analyze and learn the things that I know just from having lived it, I realized that it's actually dangerous for me to give this knowledge and this information unless it is wanted. I've been in circles where unless this type of discourse is wanted, it's dangerous for me. My son. Y'all people don't want to look in the mirror. People don't want to look in the mirror, y'all. They don't. So the things that I know I've come to know just from living, having watched my mother's life, having watched my grandmother's life, having watched my aunt's life, and even having watched my brothers and his homeboys and my uncle's life. Okay? All of us are in a state of emergency. All of us. I'm not going to pedestalize the woman over the man. I'm not. And even though in many aspects we are, but as much as we are damaged, they are damaged too, y'all. Men need seasons to be alone with themselves. Women need seasons to be alone with themselves, y'all. We do. And I don't know if any of y'all know and did research, but the ancient ones classified a season as 1 year. That is one season. Until you complete the circuit of spring, summer, winter, and spring, summer, fall, and winter, you haven't completed a season. So when I say seasons with an S, I mean that in a plural. We need seasons to be alone before we can come together and appreciate each other. Until you learn how to appreciate yourself, you can't appreciate nobody else. And that's just a fact. So on both ends, we both have to learn how to harness that sexual energy without demonizing and judging it. But to harness it so that when we go to utilize it, we can utilize, maximize, and optimize it in the proper way. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Damn. Okay. Look, yes, preach that, she said in the chat. This lady is so right. Okay. Now, we have been talking for 42 minutes, and I love
know,
this.
And I'm gonna get down, and I'm gonna let get down. I appreciate y'all. Thank you. And any other time you have another show and I'm able to call in, I'm gonna do it. Because I thought I was gonna call in yesterday with that nurse topic, but I had to end up getting off.
It's okay. Thank you. But look, I got one last question. I just need a yes or no.
Oh.
Do men on the planet, do they love women? Yes or no?
Nope.
Okay.
And it's not to their fault. It's actually a detriment, and I'm gonna leave it there. It's not intentional. It's not intentional. They haven't had enough seasons with themselves to evolve to come into knowing that, let alone radiating and vibrating within that frequency. So the answer is no. That is actually what they've been looking to us for, to mimic that from us. And I'm going to let y'all go on that one. Thank y'all.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you,
Bye.
All right. Yeah, I'm going to go back to listening.
So
Thanks.
good. Damn. She dropped a lot of gems. I hope y'all was listening. Seriously, I'm serious. Okay. I have a call to make, a 682 number. Give me a second. Makes you think about a lot of things, but kind of makes you sad too. You know, like it's just certain things maybe we can't give a man. And it's just when she said how men respond to violence and aggression and being treated bad and fighting. I'm not saying though, ladies, don't think there's not a man out there who can't love you and truly love you. I think if you meet a man who's truly your soulmate, I think some walls from a man can be knocked down. You can't force it though. I think a man got to love you. He got to want to show you love in order for you to see that side of him. And a lot of men don't do it. That's why when a man gets his heart broken, they can't get over it. Women get their heart broken all the time, but when it happened to a man, it's like he can't believe it. He can't get over it because they just don't give their heart out like that. You know, it's just not common for a lot of them. I think about the men you're good to and how they just walk all over you or treat you like crap. And it's like, why is this happening? Why? You just want to love them and give your heart to them. And it's just like, I don't know why some men do this. I don't understand it. So, but she explained a lot. She did. So, okay. I am calling. Oh, what happened? 682. Hopefully, damn, it feels like it's so late, but it's not late. It's still early. Excuse me for some of the things I said. Y'all know I don't talk about certain stuff, even though I am a grown woman. It's just I don't like to talk about too many sexual things on here. But I had to say it. Women want to be pleased too. We desire too. We want the man too. And why we gotta be seen as dirty? Hello?
Hello?
Hi, this is
Hello?
Cerebral.
Oh, shoot, what's up? What's up, Cerebral?
Hi.
Oh, man. Hey, this is THT, The Honest Truth.
Oh, okay. Hey.
Hey. Yo, okay, so I kind of got a lot to say about this subject. Can you hear me pretty audibly?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So, I'm working right now, so you have to forgive me. But this is a pretty big issue, because ultimately where we're headed as a society, as Black people particularly, but as a society in totality, because this gender war thing is not just a Black issue. Well, we're going to feel the brunt of it the most because of where we are in totality, economically, yada yada yada, right? So, with this entire thing of women not wanting to be or live with men, I started covering it and talking about it a little bit, but it's a discovery that I had and I experienced even in my own personal relationship. There were indications and signs and, YouTube search functions and search histories that I start to see about living, solidarity type relationships, and even so far as having children outside of a relationship. Not just having children, but standardizing. And I think what we're headed towards now is men and women living separately as a norm, right? Marriage is obsolete at this point. We're having a hard time even sticking together in boyfriend and girlfriend type relationships or, timely relationships past 6 months, right? And this is for a lot of reasons, a myriad of reasons. And I'm not to say that women are right or wrong for how they feel, or men are right or wrong for how they feel. All I'm saying is that it is what it is at this point, and it's pretty clear and obvious that nothing's going to change. And both sides have their justifications. I obviously have what I feel as, more of the main issues of what's going on, and women have what they feel is the main issues of what's going on. And I was listening to the caller that you had, and I'm not sure if she was your last caller because it was about 20 or 30 minutes ago, and she was speaking about how men can't connect, spiritually to her, emotionally to her, and she was speaking about like how, guys are turned on by contact and physical contact and sports and stuff like this, and there was so much going on in this conversation. But the big thing that I think we need to take away from this is that men and women just aren't compatible. I don't know if we've ever been compatible. This is something that Coach Greg Adams has talked about a lot, but men and women are not compatible. We don't understand for whatever reason, nor will we ever, the way that the other thinks. And the problem in this is that you can, want the best for somebody, and then that person that you're not compatible with for whatever reason will think that you're out against them, right? Which is, I think, the basis of a lot of these conversations. We approach these discussions from a point to where it's like, oh man, listen, this is, it's like you gotta watch out for this and watch out for this and watch out for this and watch out for this. Almost going into every single situation with the negative right in front of you. Like you're just waiting for that negative to pop up. And like, oh, I knew you liked football. Oh, I knew that you had buddies that you, and well, the reason that this triggers you as a woman, perhaps, or the last caller, is because we're not compatible. You're not going to understand why we like football. And might I also correct that the number one sport around the world is soccer, football. Not Americanized football, but yes, we're American, so we'll stick to the NFL, right? But the number one sport around the world isn't a contact sport. It's soccer, where men run across the field and kick a ball, right? So, but aside from that, this entire thing of, men having their buddies and men always wanting to be engaged only sexually or sensually with women, forgive me, it's once again going back to that compatibility thing, right? We can't help the desires that we have, right? But on the flip side token, I've experienced this in my own relationship where if I didn't give her enough physical contact and desire, that was also an issue.
Yeah, of course it is. Of course.
You can't win for losing sometimes. It's either I'm too sexual or I'm not. We're incompatible. What do you think about that? Hey, what's up, man?
Well, I don't fully agree with you. Now, we have to be compatible in some way. I mean, we need each other to make children. And I feel like, look, people can say what they want, but when a woman's alone after a certain point, you're going to have fantasies about a man touching you, a man doing things to
But
you.
it's temporarily, Cerebral. Like, you have to understand, like, that, and this is what I've noticed. Like, I've been with a lot of women. I'm not saying this to brag or anything, right? But over the past 10 years, it's changed considerably. Like, I used to be able to go, you go to a chick, you go over there. You should probably spend the night, you might be over there for a couple of days. Nowadays, it's like if you're hanging out with the chick and you're there for the night, you're taking off. There's no more spending the night. There's no more none of that. Like, we're back to our businesses, our daily lives, and we're moving on.
Yeah, but that
Like,
sounds like a issue with you men. Mike, hold on, let me say this.
No, it's not. And here's why.
Hold on, let me say something.
More guys out there are lonely than women.
Okay, let me say this. When you said men don't understand women, I felt like, how can y'all not understand women when women have these damn books, therapy sessions, podcasts? Y'all claim women nag and complain because women are always telling men what their problem is with them.
No, they don't.
A lot of women tell the man was wrong, and they don't listen.
So here's the thing. This is what I've noticed. This is a big issue here. This is the compatibility. A woman will say something to a man one time. I've experienced this. This is crazy. She'll say something one time, and if you as a man don't change it that one time, she takes notice. Men, listen to what I'm saying, because this is the truth. She takes notice. And over the course of 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, 6 months, that one thing that you didn't do, even if you forgot to do it. As a man, we forget. I'm sorry, baby. I should have kept my word. I just forgot. I'm sorry. That small thing was so important to this woman that these 2 to 3 to 4, 5, 6 months, she's been festering over this.
Hold on, baby. Let me say this. Here's where you went wrong. It was little to you. It was little to you. Hold on, let me say this. It wasn't little to me. It was little to you. It wasn't little to me. I brung it up to you because it's a problem, and I've been waiting to see if your ass is going to fix this problem I told you about, and I've been waiting. A woman, we just don't always just dump you out the blue. We give you a chance. You just don't know what's going on. I've been waiting to...
Women move silently, and they move cunningly. They move
sneakily. It ain't nothing wrong with that.
No, there is something wrong with that. Let's be honest. No, we need to be upfront. Now, I'm going to stop you there, Cerebral. There's something very wrong with that. Now, if a woman's in an abusive situation, a domestically violent abusive situation, then yes, she needs to sneakily get away because her life can be in danger. If she has children and there's an abusive situation that's happening, she absolutely needs to sneakily get away. But I am not, and nor will I ever give women the ability to say that sneakily getting away and manipulating situations with men or leading them on is the right thing to do if you want to.
Hold on, I didn't say that.
That's not the mature thing
Hold on,
to do.
baby. Hold on. Let me say something. I didn't mean it that way. I'm not saying to sneak and do anything. What I'm trying to say is, if I've been seeing you and I told you a problem and you refuse to address something I said is a problem, and I shut my mouth, as men want women to do, and you still keep doing it. You still didn't listen, and I told you this bothers me. And you thought it was little, but it wasn't little to me. And it could be other stuff. Once I come and have made up my mind, I'm out. It's over.
There's always going to be something, Cerebral. There will always be something.
Yeah, there will always be some shit. I had said that earlier. It will always be some shit. The thing is, though, you don't get to tell me that the shit I'm mad about don't mean nothing. It might not be anything to you.
That's not the issue. I'm not saying what you're mad about isn't the issue. I'm saying that there's always a new thing that the women are going to be mad about. The goalpost moves. So, yes, I took care of a million situations, and the one I forgot about is going to be the nail in the coffin. That's how women operate. You have to understand that it's because they have an abundance. You don't have men. You have Cerebral. You right now have multiple men on your phone that you're talking to. Most men don't have that.
Hold on. Don't assume who I'm talking to currently in my life.
All right, you don't have to assume, put it out there or whatever. I'm just giving you the reality of most women, okay?
Okay. All right.
Subscribers will admit to. All right. So I'm sorry. Most women have multiple guys they're talking and dating to. As a matter of fact, y'all consider that normal. You consider I'm dating right now, right? I'm dating. I'm talking to people. We as men don't have that. Okay. So when you see something wrong inside of a guy, you're a lot more, and you have the ability to move on quicker than we do, right? Because we're more willing to settle. We don't have the options that you have as women.
But women are desperate. But women today are desperate as shit to get married. So you can always find a woman that's going.
No, they're not. No, they're not. The entire name of your live stream is why women don't want to be in relationships anymore.
Yeah, but these are older women saying that.
You're living. Huh?
These are women who are older saying that, who have done. I'm not saying there are no young women like this, but these are a lot of women who were in relationships in their 20s and 30s, and they were loyal, and they got tired of the fuckery, and now they just want to be left the hell alone. But okay, go ahead, continue. I'm sorry.
It's a movement. I think it's a movement. I'm seeing a movement, Cerebral. We're going towards an unmarried nation at this point. Especially because we don't have the religious aspect of our country anymore, right? That's been going for a long time. But
hold on.
I don't want to twist anybody's feathers up.
Hold on, no. Let me say this. When I hear black people say this, I always say, you talking about a lot of black people and a splash of white people. Indians still getting married, Africans still getting married, Hispanics still getting married, Arabs are still getting married.
Well, Cerebral, you have to remember, this is why I said that we as black people are going to feel the brunt of this. We, as black people, are going to feel the brunt of all this gender war, everything, yada, yada, because we have the least connectability with all of those races that you just mentioned. We have the most fathers out of the home, right? Out of all the races you just mentioned. We have the most men incarcerated out of all the races you just mentioned, right? We have the most, whatever bad statistic you want to throw out there, and I'm not saying that this is all men's fault, because it's definitely not, right? Even in my own life. I want to be a part of my child's life, but the woman that, God, I can't believe I got pregnant, is choosing to make this as difficult of a process as possible, right? And so even now I'm experiencing like, oh my God, I can't even be in my child's life if I want to be in my child's life right now, for whatever reason or another. And so I become a part of this statistic as well, and I'm going to feel the brunt of this as a black man, just as a lot of other black men have. So, yeah, if it's the older women or the younger women, I'm not even sure, but I can tell you in totality that where we've been heading pretty much aligns with the message of what you're preaching today. And it doesn't help that none of us damn near get married to begin with. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I don't see the women saying, man, I heard the caller speaking this. She said, man, the guys just don't understand. I don't think they're going to evolve outside of their, I don't have a guy that wants to talk to me about astrophysics. Listen, I'm a guy that wants to talk about all those different types of things, okay? 98 out of 100 girls I pair or match with on Tinder does not want to talk about astrophysics with me. I don't know what world we're talking about right now. That is not what moves the needle for women.
Hold on. Okay? What's your zodiac sign?
I'm a Pisces.
Oh my God. Okay.
Oh God. Are you compatible?
I didn't say that. No, I just knew someone who's a Pisces. Okay. Lord, let me get my thoughts straight.
I mean, I don't claim to know it all, but I'm just trying to hear what makes sense out of what the women are saying, and I just can't get much concrete. At least out of the caller that you had, the lady that spoke for a while. It just the biggest thing was like, man, we're not compatible. It doesn't matter. And here's why I say this. If I was to have a conversation with that woman, I could say the most amazingly analytically correct, spot-on, factually, historically, statistic analyzations of socioeconomically collapsed Black America to ever be spewed on the YouTube web, and the needle in her mind would not even shift a micrometer. This is a fact, okay? That tells me that we're in trouble. We're in trouble, okay? It's not about the man that this is it. No, we're dead set in what we believe.
Look, hold on. Hold on, no. I feel like, first let me say, the gender war in the Black community was started by Black men. I was here to witness it since 2009. Black women got tired of the shit, the disrespect on every damn social media platform, the disrespect in hip hop music, the throwing other women in front of Black women's faces, comparing us to every damn body. Black men started this shit, and Black women gonna finish it. But I'm gonna tell you this, it is what it is now with that. But women as a whole, what do we don't even do anything to most men. Most women are not that difficult to figure out. We want Trust.
Very difficult to figure out.
Hold on, let me
You're
say.
extremely
Hold on,
difficult to
let me
figure out.
say what a lot of women want.
Sure.
This is my opinion, ladies in the chat. If I am wrong, you can say I'm wrong. I think most women just want this. We want to be physically attracted to our man. We want loyalty. We want honesty, but not in a nasty way where you're too bold with your mouth. We want respect. We want protection. We want masculine energy, but that's not too overly aggressive because I'm not a man. We want affection. We want affection. We want our man to do things and please us in the bedroom. We want to go shopping. We want food in the house. We want...
Okay, cerebral. Because this is why I say we're not compatible, because our list is much shorter. We just want you to not cheat on us, I don't care if you cook. I don't care about any of that, we just want you to not cheat on us and, hey.
You won't get...
That's it.
A man won't...
Y'all start naming a million things. Let me start at the first thing you named. You can have the rest of the 85 million other things on your list. Let me start the first thing you named. Him to be physically attractive. Most guys are not going to check that mark off lot for most women.
Hold on, baby. Hold on. Let me say this. I don't have sympathy. When it comes to this conversation about looks, men will not approach women they do not find cute on average unless she got a fat ass or there's something to make up for her face. But other than that, most men want to be with a woman they like to look at in the bedroom.
That's not true. A man will have no problem being with Humpty Dumpty for the rest of his life as long as she's his Humpty Dumpty. Men have no problem doing that. Men have no problem settling and being happy. Man, go listen to divorce courts. Have you seen divorce courts, right?
Hold on. No, a lot of men will settle with women who are not their type, but who they really desire and fantasize about. And if they could leave, it would be a woman who was their type. Now, I'm not saying all men are superficial or expect perfection, but a lot of men are crueler than women. More women date men who are not their type in the face than men who pursue. Most men who pursue women, they pursue women that they find to be attractive. Women are shamed.
Most women that men pursue are the women that they have the ability to actually land, or the women that are in their, she's in your league. We're not pursuing women that are bad. Most guys are pursuing women that are bad Bs because they know that she's probably got a billion other dudes that are paying her right now to be a bad B.
You don't know, though. That's one problem.
I'm telling you as a man.
A lot of you men, hold on, let me say this. A lot of you men make assumptions, and y'all need to stop doing that because I've had that happen. Oh, you talking to somebody else? You don't know who I'm talking to. That's your problem and your mental health where you are assuming stuff.
I've seen my homegirl's phones. Like I have a homegirl that has over 7,000 matches on Tinder. You know what I'm saying? Like I've seen.
But I can have 70,000 matches, but that don't mean I'm gonna talk to all of them. And even if I wanted to,
I'm not saying it don't mean you're gonna talk to all of them. I'm saying that if you start to see red flags in one of them, you're gonna move on to the rest.
And that is hold on though. Is that not normal? Or do I have to date a man? If I don't like you, I can move on to the next. What's the problem?
Well, and here's the problem. That's the problem. It's not a matter of it. Well, it's not normal. I'll be honest. No, we're in a different day and age. The internet's completely changed everything. So, no, we're in a period right now where this has never happened, where women never had unfettered access to sensual conquest, and then for society to also back that up, right? No, that's never happened, to answer your question, right? So, the guys right now, are complaining, and then the women are saying, well, shoot, what's the issue, right? What's the issue? We're going to start living by ourselves because you don't have to, right? You already have the access to it. There are millions on your phone.
Well, hold on. Let me say one thing. Good looking. Hold on. Let me just say this. Hold on. Wait.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Good looking women do not need the internet just to get men. I can go outside and get 10 numbers. And I mean, you know what I'm saying?
I'm saying that the internet just expanded your options by a million.
Okay, but who cares? So what?
So let me go back to your point. Is it wrong to move on? Yes, to a certain extent, it is wrong to move on because the problem ends up being is, okay, well, you can disagree, but the problem ends up being is that we're a person's red line meter, right, is different for everybody. So for you, your red line meter, man, yo, my guy left the shoes at the door, for a straight year. I can't do that anymore. I told him not to leave the shoes at the door. I just can't do it. And after a while, that'll be your thing, right? Other women's red line meter is a bit different, though, right? So everybody's red line meter is a bit different. And this is why I say that the compatibility thing, you don't know exactly what is going to tick this woman, when she's going to get ticked, when she's going to flare off, when she's going to have her emotional outbreak. You don't know as a man. And every single woman is different on their red line meter. So partly, yes, it is wrong, right? Because there's no standard. Now, I'm not saying that all women are the same. I'm not saying that at all. But what I am saying is this, is that when the possibilities and the options are open and you walk into the ice cream shop, I hate to make this analyzation or this, metaphor, walk to the ice cream shop, there's 1,000 flavors. Yes, it's a bit harder to choose one flavor. I don't know why that's so hard to understand.
It's
right?
not hard when you know what you want.
But that's the thing. Most women don't know what they want.
That's not true at all.
This is very true, because you have to understand what you're asking for also comes with certain. So let me say this, right? You're like, okay, I want a man that's good looking, masculine, what else? Affectionate, the typical terms, right? So with all of these things that you're asking for, even with masculinity, there's going to be negatives that come with masculinity, right? Masculinity is not this positive in totality type of identity that we as a man, or characteristic that we as a man harbor. It's not always nice, right? Masculine is not always nice. Masculine is not always this. Masculine is not always that, right? Sometimes masculine is a little rough around the edges. But once again, we go back to this incompatibility thing. Or you don't understand why we like football. You don't understand why contact sports is attractive to men. No, it doesn't turn us on sexually. That was just preposterous, right? I don't get turned on from watching men tackle each other. But there's an aspect of it carnally that triggers us as men. And you won't ever understand that, just like you won't ever understand aspects of masculinity that you claim to want in your life until the masculinity is there. And you're like, dang, this nigga, okay, I'm getting a little bit tired of this dude and this one. So if it's the masculinity, if it's something else or something else, that's the point that I'm making is, yeah, you know what you want, but there's also more that comes with that. And this is on both sides, right? If you're asking for a girlfriend, you have to know that she's going to want to get her nails did, her hair did, her this did, her that did, her that, her that, her that, her that. And if y'all communicate this and you're on the same page, then that's okay. Again, the problem comes in when there's something that might have been maybe communicated one time. I've said this before, and she was upset. I told you this 3 months ago, right? We're in an argument. She's like, mentioning stuff from 6 months ago. I looked at that in the eyes. I said, my love, I said, I'm so sorry. I did not know it was that important to you. I just didn't know. If you would have just told me maybe a few more times, I would have done anything I could for you, my love. But y'all in your hearts feel that if we don't do it that one time, that it's like we just spit in your face. Like we just slapped your mothers or something like that, right?
Hold on, let me say something. I don't know what she told you, but I can say for me, I only will think about it if it was a problem, but usually I'm going to tell you it is a problem. It is affecting this relationship. And that's all I think I need to say. Basically, I'm telling you, if your ass don't do something about this, because this is causing a problem.
Most women will not give you the, hey, okay, I'm going to leave if you don't. Most women will plan their exit. I don't know why this isn't.
Yeah, because we're scared you're going to beat us, some of us.
Hold on, but you just contradicted what you said, because you just said you told a man that I'm going to leave if you don't. Women don't do that. So stop with the cap.
Hold on, baby, hold on. I did not say I would leave. I didn't say that. I said it is a problem. And usually when problems come.
Hold on. A problem, this is the thing. This is where I said we're not compatible. Women, if they have an issue, they will not tell you how big the issue is. You'll tell a man how the issue you have, and then expect him to know the gravity of the issue. We're expected to know how big the issue is, and that's not fair. That's not right. I'm a very smart guy, and I can't tell when things are bothering a woman sometimes, or in my past relationships, I didn't know. I missed it. It's not that I wasn't affectionate enough. It's not that I didn't care enough. It's not that I wasn't trying to be the best man.
Okay. Hold on.
We're incompatible on that level.
Hold on.
I missed that, but the thing about it is that even if you apologize, 10 more seconds, it doesn't matter in a woman's heart and mind anymore. You can try and make it right, but once she deems that you have done the unthinkable, it's a wrap. There's no more fixing it with the woman, and she's on to the next one.
Let me say something because you're getting me riled up. Okay.
Y'all are unforgivable, bro. It's the truth.
Okay. First of all women do not represent me. Also, I have a forgiving heart, but if you keep fucking with me and hurting me over and over after I told you something, I'm turned off.
What is hurting and hurting? Hold on. What is hurting and hurting? What are you talking about? Cheating here or the guy's shoes being left at the door? Does that hurt you?
That can, but it's other stuff. Let me finish.
Okay.
It can be other.
The guy cheats on you, leave him.
It can be other things, such as, let's say,
Maybe he's not taking out. Maybe he's like not taking out the trash and like not doing.
That's not that serious all the time. Let's say your man does not call you after you have called him and you write him and then he doesn't respond in 2 to 3 days. That's pretty hurtful.
Wait a second. He doesn't respond 2 or 3 days. I mean, that's normal to probably go ahead and that would hurt most people, right? I would probably stop talking to that guy. Why would you invest time with that guy? Well, there's a million guys right now that would love to be up under you 24/7, but y'all talking about the guy that hasn't texted you back in 3 days.
Okay.
We're incompatible. There's no sense being made.
Okay. That's just an example, but here's the thing. Okay.
The next guy that wants you.
Now, what I don't...
You can walk down the street right now and find a guy in 3 months that'd be willing to marry you. Right now, every single woman can do that. Right now, you can go walk down the street and find a man that's willing to take you to bed in 5 minutes. You think we can do that? You don't have the options to find whatever you want. That's the problem.
Okay. You say what you guys... Let me say what I got to say. Okay.
Okay.
Now, it sounded like you feel offended of a woman. Look, I don't have to. If I have a bunch of men interested and I feel I am not compatible with you, I don't have to keep talking to you. If you can't find, hold on, let me stop talking now. Hold on, stop. Hold on. Look. Hold on. Okay, we're not talking about ghosting, but don't say anything more, please, because you're getting me hyped up. Just hold on, let me say this, all right? It is not my problem about if you can get another woman or not. That's your issue. If I'm talking to you, it's not working out, I don't want to talk to you, I'm going on to the next. Who you can get after me or what you can or cannot get is not my problem. This is about my life. I'm dating and you're dating.
We're incompatible. We're not
That's
compatible.
not...
Y'all are all about yourselves. Y'all do what y'all want then.
Hold on. You sound like a nut... Listen, excuse me. You sound like a nutcase right now, and I'm not even trying to be funny. It sounds like... I mean, you know that I have always kind of liked you as a person, but what you're saying...
When you start saying things that piss people off, then they call you a nutcase. Case in point.
Let me explain. It sounds like you might have... Okay, I'm sorry, all right? I mean it with love, okay? The reason
That's not a loving comment, so I'm not going to let you say that about me. When you start to say things that piss people off, they call you a nutcase. That's wrong. Okay? And that's how women operate, and that's my problem right now. I'm not a nutcase. I'm speaking the truth, or at least my truth. You don't have to like it. You don't have to agree with it. But that doesn't make me a nutcase.
Okay. I'm going to say sorry to you, okay? Because you know I've always liked you. That. But here's the thing.
I appreciate that.
Let me explain why I'm saying this. It's not being incompatible as genders because I moved on from some man I'm not compatible with. If I've been talking to you, we're not in an official relationship, and I see that we are not compatible, and I do have other options, I have a right to, I can tell you.
Yeah, here's the thing, man, guys, listen to what Cerebral's saying. She doesn't want to admit that she's talking to multiple guys, but if you're not in a committed, guys, if the woman hasn't specifically told you, listen, man, if she hasn't told you that she is yours and only yours, she has multiple guys she's talking to, guys, all right? So do not take her too seriously.
Hold on now.
Okay, let me
hold on, stop for a second, stop. Number one.
No, I'm gonna keep going. You will go out to dinner with the guy guy, not you cerebral, but women, not, of course not you cerebral, but women. When we go out with the guy, you know, we're thinking we're actually like dating y'all. We're thinking we're actually like, you know, maybe not exclusive, but, you know, like, you're at least interested, you know, to some extent. Like, oh, maybe she knows she's thinking about, maybe there's only one other guy on the side, right? And so as a man, we're putting mostly, if we're you know, unless he's a good-looking guy, we're putting most of our eggs in one basket, to be honest, right? And I'm not saying, again, that it's right or wrong on you as a woman, cerebral, for having the ability to go out on multiple dates. What I'm saying is that the communication or the level expectancy of relational values is not inherently the same between men and women a lot of the time from the get-go. So when 3 months passes up and the guy's more into you than you're into him, and he's blown away that you left him, he's surprised and like, what the F? Meanwhile, y'all are like, you know, already ready to move on. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's wrong to move on.
But you know what my answer...
So weird.
Here's what I have to say.
It's wrong.
Here's what I have to say. What you just described to me, that is called life. Let me explain. First of all, I'm not talking to multiple men, but if I were, I can because I'm single. Also, I do not have to tell, if we're just going on 1 or 2 dates, why would I tell you that I'm in love with you and all that other stuff? And I don't even know you like that. No feelings have been developed that deeply where I'm going to tell you you're the only one. Unless I have decided you are my chosen, and then you would know something like that. But if I'm just dating you, I don't have to tell you all of that. You're my only one and this and that. I'm a single. Hold on, stop. I am single and I am dating. And just because we have gone out maybe once or twice
All women are single until you're married.
Okay.
Right? All women are single until you're married.
Yeah, but unless we do commit and we say we're, you know, officially together.
Boy, y'all hell. I ain't gonna lie, cerebral. Y'all are hell. Y'all moved the goalpost so far left and right.
Hold on.
Men are far more simple.
Hold on, no. First of all, listen to me. Stop talking. You're not gonna sit up here. Women have been treated the same fucking way by men forever. Going out on dates and you're fucking other women while you're seeing me. So don't you say shit to me, because I'm not stupid.
Women have been treated as they are today with a great, for the most part in Western society, very well. With a great ability to work a little less hard than men and live a little bit easier.
Okay.
Now, if you talk about maybe like India or Africa, that'd be a bit different, you know?
Okay, but here's the thing. That whole single till you're married, if I'm going on dates with you, we're not an official couple until we both establish we are an official couple. And that means we will commit to each other. But if that hasn't been established and I'm looking for marriage, I can date multiple men. That doesn't mean I'm sleeping with them. And I can let them know I am dating to get married. Especially the older I get, I literally don't have fucking time to waste.
No man will marry you if he realizes that you're dating multiple men.
It's not your business any fucking way. We're not an official couple. Let me say something.
If you're trying to get married, you have to tell him.
Hold on. Let me say something. When I date men, unless I'm in love with you, I don't ask them if you fucking somebody else or if you dating. That's not my fucking business. We're in competition. I'm in competition with other women and you're in competition with other men. That is what dating is. I don't know shit what you doing, and I cannot stop.
We don't compete with other men though. Like we don't.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're competing whether you know it or not. Because if I am dating other men, that means you might not be. Well, a man is the one who. I don't have to keep anything. Hold on. I don't have to keep. Stop talking. Listen, I'm gonna listen. Honest truth. I'm going to end this call.
Guys, she is dating multiple men and she is not exclusive with you.
Okay, leave it at that. I have to go. I thank you for your call. All right. All that talking up over me. I don't want to snap on him. The thing is, I know he's listening. If you're not my official man, I don't have to fucking tell you who else I'm talking to. You know why? Because it's not your fucking business. I'm a grown woman. If I'm dating, you don't need to know about no other man. Focus on your damn self. The same way when women ask men, is there another woman? And you know what men will tell you, because I've had this said to me, don't worry about it. AKA, mind your fucking business and worry about us. And if I choose you, then we gonna be together. Y'all be fucking other women while you're dating us. Those of you who have access to other women. I don't know why you think you have ownership up over a woman just because we went out on some dates, and you think I have to tell you, I'm talking to 2 other men that's also interested. Why do you need to know that? Oh, what? So you can then say, I'm not going to talk to you now. Okay. And then I'm going to still go out on a date with the other man. I mean, what do you want to hear? What is it? Unless we are an official couple, you are committed to me and I am committed to you. That's different. Or if I have told you I want to be with you, you are my chosen, then no, I ain't going to talk to nobody else. I'll let you know what it is. But then again, just because I say that don't mean the man is going to accept that. He might say, well, I ain't committed to you. You want to be committed to me, but I still want to date. Or we going to see where this go. I mean, is he, what, he was going off. What are you going off for? And then trying to shame women for having multiple options. Well, it ain't easy for men or men. That ain't my fucking problem. I don't got shit to do if you can't get another woman after me. That's your fucking problem. I'm single. And the fact that he tried to say, I got to stay with a man I'm not even compatible with when I got other options makes no fucking sense. Why? I don't like you. Now, if I love you, and he said if he comes back and he apologizes, if I love you, I might accept the apology if I see some fucking changes. Something that was a problem enough for me to walk away, and you come back a changed man and you mean that shit and you show me. It sounds like he wants women to just take what he thinks they can get or just be with the man because, I mean, why? Why do I have to operate that way if I have other men interested that might be better than you as far as how they treat me? That was some crazy shit to me. I know he got mad at me saying the nut job thing, but that was just, it sounded wrong. You know, it sounded like some type of control thing, or if we're just dating, I don't belong to you. We're not official. We went on a date to get to know each other, and you are going to have to show me just like I show you, and we will decide if we are compatible and if we're going to be together. We're not together yet. I mean, that's some craziness to me. And then he brung up other countries. Yeah, other countries where women ain't even got no fucking choice on who they get married to. It's apples and fucking oranges. God, and I didn't want to curse up on this live. I really didn't. Y'all, I'm calmed down. Let me look at the comments, what y'all was saying about this. It sounded like he was upset about something. I don't know. As far as a woman, I'm not going to dump my man over some stupid shit. Like, if it's something that's little, it can be worked through. But if I said something to you and it meant something to me and you didn't fix it, you didn't change. Oh, she brung it up months later. Yeah, because it bothered me. Oh, I didn't know. Okay, well, now you know and you see how serious it is. Can you please listen or make an effort the way I do? You know? Now, if a woman decides, like he said, well, she cuts it off, I would assume, well, y'all never was serious anyway. Obviously, we wasn't serious like that. Okay, I'm like, you know what? I've been talking to you for a few months. I'm not feeling you like that no more. I don't want to continue this. Is that a crime? I got to stay with you? I don't. I don't have to stay if I don't want to stay. Now, if I love your fucking ass and I want it to work, I want to see a change, then maybe we can work on it. But if you keep doing the same shit over and over and hurting your woman, that is a problem. And I don't agree with a woman having to stay in an unhappy relationship. And if we're just dating, I definitely don't have to stay with a man I'm not happy with. Why? We're not even in a committed relationship, and we ain't even married. What? Oh, Lord, I can't with that, what he was talking about. You know, it just, I know I ain't the only one who was like, what? Okay, I'm going up in the chat. Lord, jeez. You know, it's sort of like, oh, well, I went on some dates with her and took her out, so the punani belongs to me. No, it doesn't yet, sir. Or you assume, oh, you're talking to multiple men. I'm not, but if I wanted to, I could. Why? Because I'm single, and that's my right. If I felt like it. The same way I know your ass is, please. You can't fool me. I ain't never heard a man apologize. Y'all know men. He'll be dating you and talking to you. You think them 3 months he didn't hit it, he wasn't hitting somebody else off? Yes, he was. Am I going to throw a fit? I'm not even his official girlfriend. So what I look like jumping up in his face about if he was sleeping with other women? He ain't my man. Even if I like him and caught feelings. I mean, of course I want to end up being the only one. And once we commit to each other, if you were effing other women, I want you to cut that shit off now. Once we commit. Okay. All right. Let me look up in this chat what y'all was saying about what he was saying. Lord Jesus. It's not his first time hearing it. Caller sounds like a controlling person. At least she apologized and she's trying to be nice. Why are you letting him talk to you like that? Don't appease his butt. Can we hear more about his one night stands? Men have rosters also. They damn sure do. They damn sure do. Every man I have known, child, please. Really? You trying to guilt women, but yet you talking to 2 or 3 other women. Who you think you fooling? Please. Child, He has yet to let her finish. That's how he performs in bed. Red pill. This male doesn't listen. He is a perfect example of what we've been talking about. Is he a Taurus? They talk too much. He can't speak for everyone. Even if we're in a relationship as time goes on and I feel like we aren't compatible, I'm leaving the relationship. What does he consider a good woman worthy of a relationship or marriage? He doesn't have basic respect. He sounds like he has high blood pressure. Why does it sound like he's yelling? Oh, he's giving red pill. He acts like this only happens with men. It damn sure doesn't. I've been treated like what he said, but I wasn't in an official relationship, so I knew I couldn't say anything. I mean, that's how I feel. Like, even when it comes to people's sexual history, I don't ask men about how many women they slept with. I don't give a damn, to be honest with you. That ain't got nothing to do with me. You cannot go back in the past and fix who you slept with. It's done. What I care about is once we are committed or I'm sleeping with you, you sleeping with me. And, you know, all that other stuff, your health and stuff. You know, I don't go through that with men. I don't determine if he's worthy enough to be my man or in my life with the number of women you slept with. I mean, if you're a sex addict, then yeah, that's an issue. If I can't trust you, But men are not like that with women, though, and it's very hypocritical. Can't nobody go back in the past and change a damn thing. Time to move on to the future and what it's going to be with us. And are we going to commit to each other? Men always think it's a woman's duty to constantly forgive him. Women don't want to normalize lacking. Notice how he's minimalizing everything Cerebral says. Let's see. Men drop women and move on with little or no explanation. You damn right they do it. They do that shit to us all the time. All the time. If they don't like you or they not feeling you, they out. On to the next. That's how men roll, a number of them on average. So the fact that he's so in shock that a woman who is not in an official committed relationship with you can move on to the next man she's interested in. I mean, that's life. At least in America, that's dating life. This shit ain't working. I'm going. Unless you think I'm supposed to just be with you. No, I'm not happy. Now, if I love you, it'll be hard, but you keep abusing me. You keep mistreating me. You're not listening. You keep doing it over and over. A man got to be willing to change all of that for it to work. He is mad women have choices. He yelled also. Men date multiple women while in a whole relationship. Stop. This man is hurt as hell. He sounds unhinged. These men are literally dating other women, but get mad if you're talking to other men. He is jealous of women. He needs to go take his high blood pressure medicine, Prozac. Sir, you are disposable. Deal with it. He sounds, oh Lord, let's see. Please get him off. I just dealt with an insecure man like that, and he is 9 years older than me. Thank you, astrology. You don't have to ask if he's effing somebody else. Just know that he is. Girl, we know. We know, and we don't even be saying nothing. I have seen this and dealt with it. You just decide in your mind, do I want to stay talking to this man or not? And sometimes when you know he just won't stop, and it's like nothing I do is enough, he just won't stop effing them. I'm either going to deal with it or I'm not. And that's all it boils down to. And he got mad when I said you're in competition. He said he doesn't compete with men. Women, we compete with women whether we like it or not. If I'm talking to you and you're talking to 2 or 3 other women, I don't even have to know who they are, but you're talking to them, meaning you're giving them an opportunity to have you. So I'm in this whether I want to be or not. If you don't like me in comparison to her, you're not going to choose me. So I am in competition, whether I signed up for the shit or not. And you, if I'm dating you and there are other men interested, if you don't match with me, you're in competition with the other men, whether you want to be or not, because you're going to lose out on me to the other man if we're not compatible. And the way he made it sound like, well, women and men are just not compatible because of this. That's not true. This is dating. This is shit that happens. You're not compatible. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, he didn't give enough detail on what makes men and women incompatible. You know, like I said, you got women all over the internet complaining every day what they want from men. Basic shit. Respect. And he said, I got a $5,000 list. I'm like, I didn't even say much. Respect. Honesty. But some men are cruel with their mouth. Be honest in a loving and respectful way. Masculinity, not toxic masculinity where you're abusing me. I want to feel protected by my man, you know? And protection in many other ways. Being pleased in the bed, trying at least, because I'm a please you. A good sex life with your man. Of course, you want your man to spoil you, you know, if he can. Shopping, have food in the house. Everything's good. That ain't shit to ask for from a man. You know, it's not. That's a regular loving relationship. Okay, let's see more of what people were saying about him. The honest truth. Women don't want you because you talk too much and you sound unhinged. Why do women have to date one man? What if the man ended up not being the one? Yeah, that's why women say now date multiple men. And I definitely see this now the older you get, because you literally do not have time to waste. You cannot waste time for 6 months. And Lord, I had said in the past, it's so difficult to find the one on average for a lot of women, especially in this country. Y'all be catching feelings for the wrong man. You end up wasting 3 damn years. Now, 30 went to 33. Now you got to move on to the next one. You waste 2 years with him. 35. Shit. Did I say 33? Now 35. That shit didn't work. Now you go to the next one. Oh, 3 years. Do you see what I'm going with this? You know, and he said a man don't want to hear it. Well, we know that. And why would I sit at the dinner table and tell you, you know, I'm also giving 2 other men a chance to talk to me? Why would I do that? That ain't going to do nothing but make you feel insecure or feel pressure or start assuming that I'm sleeping with them, which is not your business, and all that other stuff. It just causes a problem. You don't need to. I have literally been one of those girls, those women who said, are you talking to somebody else? And you know what was told to me once? Don't worry about that. Worry about you. Something like that. AKA, yeah, but you know, if I'm feeling you, then I'm going to choose you. That's what that means. You know? And just because I'm saying this doesn't mean I've always operated like that. I actually have never really dated multiple men at once. And I find that a lot of women waste months to years on one man because they hoping to get married or that he'll change or he's fulfilling some type of emotional need or something, but you're not compatible with him and you just waste time when you should have just ended shit when you should have ended it and talked to the next man so that you can find or end up getting married. You know? Is he competing against women? Why do women have to date one man? What if the man ended up not being the one? Yeah. Men want women to submit, but they don't want to submit with their finances and monogamy. He probably likes men. Oh my God, I didn't realize this was the honest truth. If society could provide a woman for every man, they would prefer that over a woman having a choice. What happened to the honest truth? Cerebral, you were very nice not to cuss him out. It was hard because y'all know how I get. Y'all know. I swear to God, like my face and everything was building up. And I said, oh my God. I said, let me just calm down. Let me calm down. Let me just calm down. Why don't people understand how dating works? Jeez. He is sexist and disrespectful to women. If he's focused on other men, he's still competing. He argued like a drunk auntie. He really changed. He used to be very pro-woman. Now he changed. I miss the old Cerebral that would cuss a ninja out. Oh my God. And look, I mean, I've asked a man again, are you talking to other women? But when I ask that, that means I have feelings. I actually really give a fuck. Because I don't want you talking to nobody else. That bothers me. You know, it does. I only say that and ask that when I give a fuck. You know. So, oh, Lord. Lord. It's something about a woman being able to date that just irritates some men. I think it's the ownership thing. Or they always assume you're a hoe. Like, how do you know who somebody's sleeping with? Oh, because you know men and you know they want to sleep with me. But it's my kitty cat. So you don't need to assume what I'm doing with it. Feisty says, exactly, that ain't our problem. His abusive and control issues came out. The honest truth has been looking for an excuse to make Kevin Samuels content, and I told him on the comments section, unless he wants to be the next target, not a good idea. He wants women who don't want him. He's mad. He is hurt by his personal experience. Yeah, it did sound personal. Like, look, every woman is different. I don't know what that woman said to you and what she lied about. Like, I don't like arguing over stupid shit. Like, if my man did something and it's small, it can be fixed. I'm not going to leave him if we're in a relationship and I care about him, even if we're dating and I really like him. Like, I'm not going to end some shit over some petty shit. But if you're hurting me repeatedly, yeah, I will walk away. I don't know what the future can hold. A man can change, but I don't have to be abused over and over and mistreated constantly. Oh my God. The honest truth says it's always something better out there. This is him, y'all, in the chat. He says there's always something better out there. You have to settle. Both parties do. That's not true at all. That's not true at all. I mean, I get what you're saying a little. Like I said, perfection doesn't exist. But if I don't like you, I don't like you. And I don't have to settle with you if I don't like you. That's all I'm saying. If I don't like you, I don't have to stay with you and be fucking miserable. That's all I'm saying. But do a lot of people look at perfection don't exist? I ain't never met a man in my life that was perfect. But it depends on the level. Like, if he's hurting me constantly and I'm miserable and he's abusing me, he's mistreating me, he's dogging me out in my face, he keeps fucking lying to me, that's a problem. I don't have to settle with that. I don't. He has control issues and abusive, and he literally told you before that he used to beat his woman to try to tame her. Yeah, I didn't hear that part. I didn't hear he was beating a woman. They want to exercise their options, but they don't want us to do it. Hold on. He admitted to woman beating? I didn't see that. I never heard Honest Truth was beating a woman. Lord. Okay, let me go through this chat a little bit more to see what was, okay. And I have to tell you the honest truth. Sometimes with a woman, it wasn't just one thing that made her leave. It's usually a multitude of shit that she just said, I'm out. It was a multitude of stuff. But then again, you do have some women, I mean, they'll end stuff with the quickness. You know, that's why a lot of men hate Lori Harvey, because she has options. She doesn't have to put up with shit if she don't want to, because there's another man that's interested. I don't know what she's looking for. I'm sure she ain't perfect either. Okay, hold on. I got a call. Now, look, I don't know if the honest truth beats women, so I'm not going to say that in the chat. I ain't never heard of that happening. He's in the chat. He'll let us know if that's true. Hello? Hello? Never mind. Never mind. Yeah, they're asking him in the chat. He said no. He says no, he does not beat women. It's always something with women, Cerebral. It's always something with a number of men. I mean, I got stories. Almost every man I know has been a problem. Mentally ill in some type of way, or something wrong with them. You know, a lot of them. And it could be an individual thing. Maybe there's something with you. Maybe you're doing something the same way men tell us to take accountability as women. I haven't dated you, the honest truth, I don't know if there's something wrong with you or not as to why you keep dealing with issues with women. I don't know what you got going on with women and what you be doing to women that's causing problems. Oh, he says not every woman I dated has a problem. Okay. Yeah, most men never admit that they did something. They'll always say, my ex did this and this. They never admit. Like I had one guy was talking so much shit about his ex and I was listening. And once I got to the root of it, I said, now, before you found out all this shit and you said she cheated on you, how long were you cheating on her fucking ass before you found this out? And then he admitted, yeah, I was cheating on her before I even found out she was cheating on me. Yeah, because your ass is a dog too. But you want to play victim up on my shit and try to make it sound like women are this and that. But you was fucking around on her before you found out that she was on you. So you just as fucked up. But you want to paint it like it's all the women. Child, please. Okay, the honest truth says in the chat, that's all I'm saying. Women will move on at the drop of the dime, and you're damn right. Once my mind is made up, yeah. If I don't feel I'm going to be happy and compatible in a marriage with you, or I don't like you, I can't. I don't want to work with it. I don't like this. I'm going. I need my peace. I need my mental health peace. I need compatibility, or you can't hit this shit right. I got to go. I'm sorry, baby. I hate to have to say that like that up on here. That's just an example. That's how some women feel. That's a lot of women ain't gonna never say that, but that's also an issue too. I can't. So, but not every woman feels like that way. Some women feel that way and some don't, but everybody's different, all men are different. Not all men are the same and all that other stuff. You can never find a man that's going to stay with a woman a man ain't staying with a woman who can't satisfy him. That shit ain't happening. So men can whine all they want. I know y'all very well. Your ass is out if that woman cannot satisfy you. Y'all going to leave. Even if you marry her ass, whatever you wanted that she ain't doing, your ass got somebody on the side doing that shit. I mean, if it's really important to him. Like, please. I ain't never heard of a man in my life trying to commit to a woman who couldn't satisfy him. Hell no, he ain't gonna do it. And as far as the looks thing, yeah, I mean, not all men date women that are perfect and all that other stuff, but a lot of men, I don't want to make it racial, but a lot of black men are very picky. I find that a lot of non-black men are not. I'm not saying they don't got issues now. Some of them can be assholes. Some of them can be very shallow. But my observation when I'm outside, I see them with women who just do not look like she don't even do nothing with herself at all. And they proudly be holding hands and stuff. And, with a black man, I mean, you gotta catch his eye. You do. I'm not saying they don't get with women that, if they're with women that's not their type, it's usually because she's doing something for him. Usually she's paying half them fucking bills or all the bills, or she might have a fat ass, but her face ain't hidden. It's something to make up for it, usually. Unless he's unattractive himself. So, but everybody's taste is different. Everybody's taste is different, but black men are some of the most shallow, picky, quick to clown a woman, because I see it on TikTok every day. Men I have seen. I mean, look how y'all pick on us just for wearing a wig to the public, a fucking wig. I don't see nobody else doing that shit. And yes, non-black men do date us wearing them. Okay? I'm just saying that as an example. Shit. Sasha says black men are not picky. They will date a 400-pound woman. Yeah, but it's usually a lot of white women that's that big that they be with. Unless he's trying to... I'm not saying no men are not attracted to bigger women. They are. But a lot of the black men, they be with bigger women. They living up in their house. using her resources, even if she on welfare. Or they'll complain about fat black women, but you go to out and he's with a really big white woman. All of a sudden it's different. So, it's just, most men who approach women, they approach us on average because he found us cute. When they come up to us, they let us know we're cute. You look beautiful. You look lovely. What's your name? Hey, sexy. Typically, I don't want to be with a man that didn't find me sexy. Hell no. I need you to be attracted to me. Period. This shit ain't gonna work if you're not attracted. I ain't doing it. I can't sleep at night if I know you're not physically attracted to me. I can't do it. That fucks with me. I'm not doing it at all. You got to be attracted to me for this shit to work. Now, but I don't have that issue, but I'm not perfect, Like, of course, I want my man to still be attractive when I wake up, or if I'm wearing a bonnet in the house, or I ain't got my makeup all on and stuff. Of course, and he has to be attracted to your soul too. It just can't be the looks. He got to be attracted to your personality. He got to be attracted to your heart, your soul, who you are. But I still think there has to be a level of physical attraction. Even if it's not extreme, it's still there. Like, it got to be some of it, not zero. You know what I'm saying? So, thank you, Zuli. Yeah, Kenichi says nobody's going to be with somebody they don't physically like. Well, that's not 100% true, because I dated someone that wasn't even my type. And he still turned out to be an asshole, which is why I said I'm never dating somebody I'm not attracted to again. Fuck that. Please, if you gonna treat me bad and you ain't even my type, oh no. But if you look at that show, Arranged, that come on, they got that priest, that Jewish psychiatrist, and this other woman. All them couples end up divorced after 30 days or whatever, how long that thing is. Every episode I have seen, when that man was not attracted to that woman, that shit ended up in divorce. They couldn't even sleep with him half the time. It was always a problem. Thank you, Lady Nubia, 77. People can try to push whatever they want. Human nature don't lie. It just doesn't. And then people get mad at the man if he said he wasn't attracted to his wife. Well, shit, he ain't. I mean, he didn't know what he was going to get when they arranged it. They should have listened to what the hell his type was and gave him that. And the women. Because every time I see it, that shit go left because there's no physical attraction. They trying to force attraction. No, it don't work like that. And this has been proven over and over. Now, just because somebody good looking don't mean you're going to be compatible either, because if their personality sucks, that shit ain't going to work either. But at least you got some damn attraction. It also affects the bedroom a little bit. A little bit, I mean, people can say what they want. There are people who do date people who aren't completely their type. Perfection does not exist. We all have flaws, and you want your partner to love you, but you still want them to look at you, especially, if I get fixed up and I'm not fixed up, he's like, oh, damn, baby, you look good. Ooh, every woman wants that. And you want to look at your man like, oh, damn, you fine. Oh, you're sexy as hell. You can't keep your hands off them. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Reba. This is Bossy Empress TV. How you doing tonight, gorgeous?
Hello. Thank you, baby. I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. I really, really enjoyed this topic tonight. I've been in and out of the conversation all night, and the thing about these males is they'll be doing so much negative things to women, and just looking for loopholes to blame women. When I heard what I did hear of the honest truth coming up on your platform, it just to me, like, at first I couldn't believe she was even calling in, but I was just like, why is it that they're always trying to blame women for having options? Blame women for not wanting to put up with their negative behavior. Why is it that they put everything on women and they just want to be, well, I tried it. Like he was saying, one of the gentlemen, I think that might have still been PhD, he was saying how the girl only asked him to change one time. Like how many times do we have? Because then we become a nag, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I really enjoyed what you said earlier about how women we need to what was it? You said something so awesome, and I was like, I've been saying that. But the thing about men like PhD is this man has a whole woman that's pregnant and by herself. They done broke up. I don't even know what's going on, but it's like, why do y'all come up here trying to pretend like you're the good guy when you are about the same as Satan in hell? Like, I don't understand it. I think it's a mental health issue, and I just wanted to say, like, he really doesn't have any business being on here trying to advocate for any man. He needs to be getting his life together because he has a child on the way. And he needs to accept accountability. All these men, not just him, because I'm using him as an example tonight. All these men need to take accountability for their actions and stop trying to act, because they say they want women to follow them, right? Well, then you have to be a leader, and a leader takes accountability. You can't lead and then just not have accountability. That's not how it works. So that's really all I really wanted to say. It's just you have an amazing show tonight. And for anybody who, because that's how this content creator does. He tries to sit up, and I don't think he did really any justice to himself or any platform, his mental way of thinking, because it's all they just want so much. They just want to take, but they never want to give. And so that's all I wanted to say is let y'all know that, listen, this man is still trifling, and I feel like they come on here as like therapy, like cerebral. You're his free therapy. Like he gets to emotionally still use you as a crutch as a woman to come on your show and try to work these things out when he needs to work them out with himself, with a counselor, and figure out what he's getting ready to do with this lady that he's gotten pregnant and abandoned. So,
girl,
that's all.
Now hold on. I want to put your name in the chat. Tell us your channel name again.
Bossy Empress TV.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you've been on my channel before like maybe a year or so ago. But we've talked before, and I think I've called in. I'm not sure, but sparingly. But I covered the information maybe about a month ago. I have to go look at my in my backlogs or whatever, because it should still be up. But she has her own channel, and it's just weird to me. Like, why do black? I'm not gonna make a color because it's not really a color thing. Why are these males just so, they just want to escape accountability, blame the woman, when it's like, he's like, oh, you wasn't even my type. He has this woman calling herself, oh, I'm Miss Seeley, I'm not attractive. I said, girl, don't ever lower yourself to what a man thinks you are. So these males, it really hurts my heart to see what they put women through. And it's like, why are you on here trying to figure out what women need to do? Why don't you just be a man and do what you need to do? So I feel like they love to come in these women's spaces and get sympathy or try to just conjure up this new image of themselves so that people will think more highly of them. But I was going to actually continue the saga on my channel to keep covering it, because I'm like, how dare you be living with this woman? I don't know, it's a lot of information, but how dare you then leave her pregnant and then on his channel talking about, oh, I didn't mean to do it and she did this first. And it's like, what? You're not a child, sir. You're a grown man. You knew what you were doing to this woman. So I just think that women, and also the thing, like, when it comes to like pleasure, I've had men, when I was in a relationship with them, I let them know, hey, we do the same thing every time. Why don't you switch it up a bit? They get upset about that.
Really?
Like, you're a problem. Oh yeah.
I've never known a man getting mad about switching up different positions. I would think he would want to.
But they want us to be these passive participants and just allow them to do whatever to us, and whatever pleases them, is supposed to please us. Like you were saying with the with the lady that was on your channel, she was talking about the mutilation of women's parts or whatever. I'm not gonna. Yeah, that comes from them knowing. First of all, it comes from a lot of different things, but to me, it's like they just want us to be these recipients and givers and givers and givers, and they never want to give back. They just want to take. They want us to be their property. And I studied that. I want to say that it was earlier in this semester. You study that type of stuff, in school, what they do in those countries for those other women, for the image of purity, virginity, things of this nature. Like, and then I love how you said, they out here sleeping with all these women, but they're not. But y'all are. So who are you losing your virginity to? If women can't like it and want it the way that you like it and want it, why is that a problem? So
yeah, and their mind, they're the only ones who go through puberty. I didn't go through puberty either. I didn't want a man. Like, it's craziness. It is crazy.
Right. It's crazy to me, and I have a theory. I said, you know what? The reason that your body count matters so much is because they know that, and in their mind, this is just how they perceive themselves. They're dirty. They're disgusting. They're deplorable. Why would you sully yourself by sleeping with a male? Because when women, if they're in a lesbian relationship, they don't even really count bad. Yeah, that's fine. You can sleep with as many women as you want. You're never gonna lose any values. They're never going to see you as any less. But as soon as you touch a man, you're dirty. You're disgusting. I don't want you. You lowered your values. So I just look at these.
It's like, so I have to go through life. Never. I mean, if I was a virgin and got married, that would be great. If it's the love of my life. But you really expect me to go through life not wanting to experience pleasure? Like, you don't think I'm horny like you? What's wrong with you? Like, what? Like I said, they living in some delusion or something. The thing is, I think we're more stronger not to act on it all the time, or if you have like a vibrator or something. But I feel like, please, I'm trying to get my thoughts straight because I'm getting a little bit emotional. But a lot of these men, again, like I said, if you want all women to be virgins, then don't talk about sowing your wild oats. Stop going to prostitutes. Stop all of it. Because if no women are giving it up, you have no prostitutes to go to. You will be a virgin, sir, just like me, even if we're in our 30s, sir, because no woman is giving it up anymore. So don't complain. Don't talk about how you have needs, how you're losing your mind, how you need some kitty cat. Baby, you wanted this. You wanted women to no longer give it up and suffer and be a virgin maybe till death or whatever. Just, their pleasure can't exist without us. So stop talking about you want pleasure and you want all of this, and the women supply it to you only for you to turn on us and shame us for supplying it to you.
That's what when you said that earlier, I was like, we're giving them what they want, but they're punishing us for giving them what they wanted and telling us that we should. So it's like, okay, if they really wanted virgins, they would just get married younger, or whatever, and before they have intercourse with you. But the point isn't to get married; it's just to shame women and to use them and to make them feel less than for being sexual creatures, and it's all natural, So that's really all I wanted to discuss, Teresa. So I really appreciate your show tonight. It's been amazing, and I just want to come up and talk about those couple points. But I'll be in the chat.
Thank you. Bye, girl. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, okay. I'm looking in the chat, and I'm seeing the honest truth. He's still going off. Y'all arguing up in the chat. Oh, God. He said, y'all are trash for real. He says, Golden Pisces says, well, if the penis is trash, we might cheat. Oh, well. He said, we literally saying the same thing. Y'all will justify it. I mean, a lot of women, though, they stay with men who are trash in the bedroom. Maybe they think they can't get nothing better, or they'll just suffer through it, or hell, I can't have an orgasm any damn way, so I just might as well stay. He got other shit to make up for it. I mean, it's a lot of different reasons. Um, I would say just end it, especially if y'all are not even married or in a committed relationship. Why would you, if you know you are not being pleased, I think you need to communicate that. But the lady, Bossy, she said that she has told men something little like switch it up and they caught an attitude. I have known women to tell me how they told their man, you're hurting me doing something, and they caught an attitude, or I'm not being pleased, and then they catch an attitude. But then it's like, no, if you love your woman, you're going to learn her body. You're going to want to please her. You're not going to be too, I mean, if you feel you're the alpha and the Adonis and all that other stuff, then baby, come on and show your woman. Even if that means you got to, because your woman is not the last woman you were with. I'm not that other woman you was with. My body is different from hers. My needs are different. Vaginas are not created equal. Okay? It's not. Okay? And I just think when two people are actually into each other, that's not even an issue. Because you're like, you find out and you want to please them, y'all are so into each other and all in love and all attracted, and y'all just want to make each other happy on all levels. People who don't want to please you at all and are selfish lovers and have the nerve to catch an attitude because your partner is not happy. Now, like I said, if the person is into some extreme type of stuff that I'm just like, I don't get down like that, then it's not going to work. Or they might have someone else doing it to them, and that's also a problem. Like if it's just, I don't want to talk about it on here, certain stuff that's just kind of too much. Too extreme, dangerous, painful type of stuff. No, you know. Um mm, 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 mm. Lord. But yeah, if you're with your man and he's just he did try. I had said earlier that communication is everything. If you communicate it with him and not in a way to hurt him and hurt his ego and pride, because his manhood is everything. And he still won't listen, or he's still mean, or he won't try to please you, and it's just you're not fulfilled, then yeah, you should dump him and get someone else. Because if you're not even married and it's like that, honey, you're going to be miserable with him the rest of your damn life until you die. And if you do get married to him and then find out, these are things you're not supposed to say. I mean, imagine how many women got married to men who were virgins and their men were horrible in bed. And she stuck with him till death. It would be different if he actually loves her and says, okay, let's try this. Or, oh, well, okay. Y'all are learning each other. But if he truly thinks you're nothing but a piece of property and he don't give two damns about your sexual satisfaction, that is hell on earth for a woman. They can't imagine when they hear about other women's love lives with their husbands. Not like most women talk about it, but imagine the jealousy, the anger and bitterness and the depression she feels within her soul, because she wants to know what that's like too. Or at least that his ass will try to do it. Even with women. I don't know about other women, but it's heartbreaking if you find out you can't please your man. Don't no woman want to hear that shit. But most women going to try to please them. But it's very rare that you hear about men complaining, because the way that they are made, they always end up pleased. There's no S and M in the Amish community. Girl, the Amish There was one of them on TikTok. I think she has a secret account. They don't even know what did she say? I'll leave it as they don't probably even know what a yeast infection is. And that's a serious problem. That's a serious problem. I think one reason some women globally don't enjoy sex is because it's not a part of, I don't know. I don't know, because the Indian people, um, got the Kama Sutra, but hold on for a second. Hello?
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine. Hello. I think you called me earlier.
I did, and then it got disconnected, so I figured let me try again.
Okay, how are you?
I'm doing well, thanks for asking.
What's your opinion about everything you've been hearing?
I'm going to try to keep this brief. This is my first time I actually got to catch a live, but I feel like regarding women choosing not to live with men anymore and kind of like decentering them, I feel like we're seeing a generation of women doing that a lot more, because women are becoming more woke to how men can be. Just speaking personally, I have a lot of men in my family that they didn't marry for love. They married for what the woman can do for them. So, like, my uncle married his wife because she was an RN, and he wanted the benefits. Yeah.
I have heard about nurses being targets a lot.
Yeah, so, and then he later tried to influence me to date that way, but I feel like it's different for women. I feel like women should date, and date a man that can do for them, men that are providers, but when it's the other way around, I feel like it's kind of tricky. But I see a lot of men that are dating a woman's wallet. So that's the first thing. It kind of takes the love out of it. And then just like overall security, so like a place to live, access to her resources temporarily until they get back on their feet. I see that a lot. I think this whole entire generation is seeing that. And I think it's being more exposed, especially on social media platforms like TikTok, Facebook, YouTube. And so, yeah, me personally, I actually had the opportunity to be in relationships at a very young age and actually moved in with men. I used to look at it as like, oh, you shouldn't have done that. But now I look at it as a blessing, because a lot of the experiences that I'm seeing, I actually went through in my early 20s. I was in a relationship where a man just expected me to pay for everything, groceries. I actually was a dummy.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So,
oh, hell no.
And I'm like, I'm 30 now. Like, I just turned 30, but I'm glad I had those experiences. And just like, I'm not saying all men, because we can't say all. I know some people are like, it's not all men. I know that. I know there's some good men, the Russell Wilsons out there. But, just being in dynamics with men who also don't actually like women, I feel like I've also seen a lot of that. A lot of men, unfortunately, and I have nothing against the LGBT. I have a lot of friends who are LGBT, but they don't actually want to be with a woman. They just like the resources that she brings. I feel like I'm repeating myself, but that plays into a lot of the reasons as to why women are with men, and they feel like their self-esteem is being lowered, or they don't feel pretty. It's because the man, he doesn't want you, so he's not going to pour into you in those ways, if that makes sense.
Okay. Sasha said, why didn't you leave?
Oh, because I was a dummy. I know that's like very vague, but I was new to relationships. I also was raised by men who, like my uncles and my father, to believe that you should always go 50-50 with a man, and you should always kind of like match what he brings. So I always tried to like exceed that, and I fell under the impression that that's how things were supposed to be. Like I was supposed to win him over, and so I think that it was like the idea, well, if I keep doing more and more, eventually he won't treat me as bad, or eventually he won't cheat anymore, or he won't look at other women, things of that nature. So that's kind of why I stayed. It was just misinformation that I received growing up as a teenager and as a young adult. I will say though, I feel like I'm ranting, but I will say though, not all race of men. I'll always say that, but it's always what I've seen so far. It has been black men that I've seen do this a lot. And I've tried really hard not to say that, but I started dating outside of my race, and I realized that it's because we're socialized differently. Like, I have cousins, male cousins, who were raised by their mothers, my aunt, who were taught to not be providers, to not open the door for a woman. So if you look at that, I feel like that's a huge reason as to why we see a lot of like African American men not treating their women right. Especially when we see a lot of African American men who are like on the DL, live with a woman but not actually want a woman. I feel like that also goes into like the socialization, because white men are meant to feel more comfortable being LGBT, while black men, and those dynamics really aren't most of the time.
Yeah, I see black women on TikTok showing pictures of gay black men and saying, "Oh God, please, Jesus, fix it. What happened? Oh, they destroyed our men." Like, baby, black men have been gay since the beginning of time. Not all of them, but all around the globe. This is not some new phenomenon. They're just more open now with it. And you should be happy that his gay behind, no offense to gay men, is not trying to sleep with you, because you know the big problem with the stats, if you know what I mean. You're much safer if he doesn't pretend and sleep with you and other men, because it ain't working out great with that situation towards black women. No, I think more of them need to live their truth and stop sleeping with women, because half of them are just straight up gay, and they be lying saying they're bisexual. No, your ass is not. Most of them are just straight up gay. And go be with the men. And if you are bisexual, you need to tell the woman. Okay, but there are some who still are closeted, and yeah, you're right. They do use women for a place to stay, and when she gone at work, he be having men. There was a woman on TikTok who wrote a lady and said, "Yeah, when I come home, my man ain't got a job, but the house be smelling like booty." And she found out, I think she looked on the camera, and there were white and black men coming in and out of her house when she was at work, and she found out, I think he was hooking. They was effing him, and that's how he was making money while she was at work. So, my goodness.
Oh, but you know what? I can't act surprised because, like I said, I've seen a lot. I have cousins who are down low, and it's just, I guess it's just the name of the game. I mean, I don't know, but I'll sum all of this up by just saying, me being 30, I'm glad I had those experiences, and I definitely would not consider living with a man or even
think about that unless I know for sure that he's mentally stable, he's financially stable, and he's just altogether rounded. Because I never want to have those experiences again.
Well, you have learned your lesson.
You
have learned your
Oh,
lesson.
yeah. For sure. Thank you for letting me come on here and talk. I don't really do this, but this is a really good topic. So
Thank you.
bye.
Bye. All right, y'all. So hold on for a second. Uh-oh. I'm trying to see something. Hold on. Thank you, Miss Jen. Hold on. Let me see. You wrote me something. How do I get permission? You should be able to type in my chat. I don't recall ever blocking you. So you should be able to write in the chat. I can't respond on Cash App through a message. So if you're still listening, you should be able to talk. My email is in the description box as well if you need to reach out to me. So, yeah, this has been a good conversation. Oh my God. It has been a good conversation, I have to say. I always get kind of embarrassed when I bring up sexual topics. I do, because it's a lot of honest stuff we talk about, but I often think about maybe my future husband or something. I don't want this to be a problem, me talking like this. Some stuff you just have to not say, but sometimes you just got to say it because men don't know what they don't understand. Some of them, they really don't. They don't understand what women endure. And they don't understand that women have needs and that not being met is also a problem to a number of women. But women, they don't want to see us like that. But I don't understand it. When it comes down to being with each other, they don't mind. I don't know. I don't even know. But she explained it very well about a lot of the psychological, the mental things going on with men and aggression and sex and how they view women. And maybe some of them think a woman is dirty in a certain way because, again, like she said, they know how dirty men are. And maybe they think you're in danger or something because they know their true nature as predators or something. Or I think more than anything it's about control and dominance. They want to dominate you. They want to own you. And again, I support being a virgin and all that, but a lot of men, if you're going to preach that, are you one? You don't get to come in my face about that and you ain't one your damn self. I'm just saying, So men don't want the truth. When they talk about, because they was dissing these women about this topic all in the comment section about being older women. Like I said in one of my videos, y'all can go ahead and don't get married when you're in your 20s. Then you get in your 30s and 40s as men. And then let's say if all women said we're closing our legs, okay? If all women closed their legs and said, I will not give any kitty cat until I'm married. And if the men, especially in the so-called Black community, still continue to say marriage is a scam, I'm not getting married. Well, once those women get older in their 30s and 40s and you are that age and you didn't marry and women kept their promise and didn't sleep with any men, you can't promote going to 20-year-olds anymore because you didn't procreate with any of those women you said are too old. You can't have their daughters. You can't have their daughters, boo. That's how that would work out. You can't have her daughter because she didn't give you the kitty cat to make babies. And then you turned on her and said, oh, you're too old now for me to marry. I guess she'll stay a virgin forever. I mean, I don't know. But I'm just saying, you see how that works? It's all in the hands of the women. If you stop sleeping with them and then you don't end up with children because of them, then they no longer have 20-year-olds to go to because they were not made. Let's just be honest. And again, damn, I don't know why Brazilian women just popped up in my damn head. My mind was just thinking how men in this country, especially black men, shame black women with, about your sex history or whatever. But yet you don't mind running to Brazil. Brazil is a freaky ass nation. They dominate porn and anal sex in the porn industry. Those women ain't virgins up over there, and they half naked half the time on the beach. Prostitution runs rampant in Brazil, but why didn't that stop black men from promoting Brazilian women who are not virgin women on average? Now, some of them are. That's not their culture. Their culture is very free, very sexual. Half of Brazilian women are bisexual, and some of the men. That's a fact. You can research it. So why is it okay for a Brazilian woman to be half naked, shake her bum bum, as they call it, all over Convo, half naked, dominate anal sex porn, but yet she can still get wiped up and she's still worthy. She's still one of the baddest. And I'm not going to deny that a number of them got it going on. A lot of them are in really good shape. Taking care of their bodies is a part of their culture. And, we got it going on in the face, too. And we do have black women in shape up over here, but we're not going to be denied. We do have an issue with that, too. But we still hold it down. And I ain't got nothing against my Brazilian sisters. I'm just making a point that why come her sexuality and her being free sexually and half naked half the damn time? Why is that accepted? But then you turn on a black American woman and then you call someone a hoe or not worthy or scandalous and scantily clad and all this other stuff and no respect. But the Brazilian woman ass is naked up over there and she dominate porn. Asian women in Japan, they be doing some real freaky deaky in the porn industry. Some like all types of stuff with snakes and fish and baby doll stuff and anime, all types of stuff, y'all. She ain't looked down on. They still say she's worth marrying. They claim white women are freaky as hell, do some of the most freakiest stuff. So if that's the case, why is she not looked at with less value for being so open with doing some of the most freakiest things ever? How is her value more? And she getting down, licking toilets, 2 girls in a cup, horses, fisting, all that stuff. I know about all of it. But yet she's still desired worldwide. Yet she's the most free. She accepts LGBTQ and all that way before other people. So isn't it a contradiction? This just goes down. I mean, not all black women are hated, but there are some who just do. Because you can't sit up here and praise other groups of women who got it going on in their own country. And I ain't talking about all the good stuff. And you compare us to some of them. I mean, prostitution is extreme in Brazil. The HIV rates is off the charts in Brazil, just like in parts over here in America. The porn industry off the chain. You got a lot of these passport men. You really think they going to Colombia and Thailand and just being good men? They running through them women, just like they do up over here. It ain't no different. I guarantee you them Thai women and all that stuff who they living with, he got another woman in town he's screwing. Island Girl says black men hold black women to a higher standard than non-black women. Oh yeah, because there was a guy I used to talk to who was into computers. We were talking about Kim Kardashian. This was years ago. And I said, why is it that when she do something like this, and then a black woman, he didn't give me an answer. All he said is, it's just different. Oh, hell the no, it's not. Hell the no, it's not. Hell the no, it's not. It ain't different. It's not, in my opinion. You don't criticize the hell out of me and hold me to the fire, and you got this damn chick, not Kim Kardashian, but some other woman who ain't black doing all types of crap. Please, you must be crazy. Girl. So, I mean, I'm not saying that Brazilian women and black women here, I mean, we all got something going on. You know, I don't know about in their music videos if they bent over doing all that twerking and shit in Brazil, but they're known for those dances, but they'll say it's cultural. And in some cases, it's not about her character or any of that. It's just that she's not black. That's all it really boils down to. But they're not going to say that, some of them. But I don't care who they date who the hell you want to. Just stop bullshitting everybody and lying. Stop that damn lying. But I heard they weren't going to Brazil as much because they started complaining, saying the Brazilian women are getting like American women now. I'm like, in what way? Was it Brazil or the Dominican Republic? Because at first it was Brazil, then it turned to the Dominican Republic because the Dominican Republic is closer than Brazil, you know, and Brazilians and Dominicans can look somewhat similar a little bit. And then it turned to Colombia, Cartagena, Colombia. And then it turned to the Philippines and all this other stuff. And y'all said in the chat, and some Thai trans women. I don't understand. I ain't one of these women, though, making video content about them. Why ain't trying to fight for them to come back? Let them go where the hell they want to go and be free. I hope black women practice that freedom a lot more because they damn sure are spreading their wings and being free and trying to find peace and love. That's what they say. And I want black women to do the same damn thing. Except you don't have to travel to foreign countries. There's plenty of men of those ethnicities right here in this country. So that's where a lot of DL men go to. Yeah, when I don't know, when I think of Thailand, I'll be thinking, I hope they not over there R-ing them damn children. Because, you know, that's a known thing up over there, them little babies and them little boys and stuff. Horrible. But I don't know. Lord. These men act like women are robots. Predatory behavior is common there. You know, it's just a disgrace that happens over there. An absolute disgrace. I'm looking in the chat, seeing what some of y'all said. But I showed y'all that article about a year or two ago was going on in Brazil. The same thing happening to them that happens to black women here. And it shocked a lot of you. All right. So look, that is basically it for this live. This was very, very good. I enjoyed this amazing conversation. I can't see how many people is in the chat. I'm dying to know. Can somebody tell me how many people is in this chat? Somebody please tell me how many people was up in here, because I don't know. Last time I checked, it was 130. That's what y'all told me. So, okay, 116, but I'm sure it's going to be more when this is over. And I also called out the hypocrisy before, how the minute men make it known they like Black women, then they want to jump up. Oh, he's using you. Oh, is that? Oh, the women. Oh, it's a fetish. It's a fetish because he likes your skin complexion. I think he should. You are a Black woman. That's a part of what makes you attractive. No. Oh, he likes my lips. Yeah, just like men like Asian women because they have slanted eyes. That's what makes them Asian and attractive. So why can't the man like your features? He should like them. There ain't nothing wrong with that if he's attracted to Black women. I mean, if you know you fine, you wouldn't be bothered or shocked by the attraction in the first damn place. Also, with the men, what makes you any different if he does just want to hit it? You go up in other men's women all the time. So what makes you different than him? If the man does want to sleep with a Black woman because he is physically attracted to that woman, he is sexually attracted to her, like a heterosexual man would be, the same way you are to women not Black, why are you acting like you and this man are so different? You ain't no different than him. You sleeping with his race of women. But yet you find it shocking or abnormal that he wants to sleep with yours. Oh, because you didn't value your own women, so you don't understand why he wants her? Is that what it is? I'm not sure. Or now you feel a need to protect. Or are you just being a cock blocker and you're jealous? I mean, is that what it is? I don't understand the difference between you liking another man's group of women and all of a sudden, oh, he likes Black women. Oh, you're in danger. Oh no, he's going to fetishize you. Oh no, he just wants to sleep with you. Okay, you don't know what he wants. He's attracted to her. You want to sleep with their women, and you do sleep with them. So what makes you think that you have the right? Because a lot of y'all have this thing, well, you think you going to take everybody damn woman. Everybody got to bow to you. You going to sleep with everybody damn woman, but can't nobody come up over here and you ain't even marrying your women. It don't make no sense. It doesn't make any sense. It's hypocrisy. It's cock blocking. It's jealousy. And the women who love to push that fetishization crap, girl, please. I also think those are women who are not used to men, not Black, being attracted to them. So in their mind is some weird thing, they can't believe it. Or, oh, what he gonna do to you because he found you a beautiful Black woman? What he gonna do because he like your skin complexion and lips? I mean, what, he gonna kidnap you or something? Like, what's the problem here? I don't never see Asian women complaining about being no damn fetish at all. They get wifed up and married. You know, them white men, some of them do fetishize them. They don't give a damn. They're like, shit, I'm getting married. He in the army, or he a manager, or he a businessman. He likes me. He likes what he sees. He like my slanted eyes. He think we beautiful. Okay. I don't want to live in Thailand no more. All right. I mean, how is this a loss for me? Whereas Black women, I don't get it. I don't know what, I mean, I can only see it weird if he's acting like some strange nut job or something, like you keep in a weird obsessive way where it's coming off like some type of killer type of thing. But I'm just saying, if he's mesmerized by you, like, oh my God, I like Black women so much. Oh my God, your skin is glowing. Oh my God, your lips are so full. Oh my God, I love Black women. That's a compliment. There's nothing problematic about being praised. There's nothing weird about that. And I don't understand. I think when Black women start doing that crap, You're just trying to find a way to make Black women think it's something wrong that he likes her. You know, it's irritating because you're really fucking shit up for Black women with that shit, to be honest with you. Again, I ain't never seen no other group of women complaining about being no so-called damn fetish. Unless that man, if he's trying to do something freaky deaky or some craziness with you, it ain't nothing wrong if he like your features and what made you beautiful as a Black woman. It's a compliment. If he's obsessing over you, that's a compliment. Take the damn compliment, you know? All right, so look, I'm going to go. Get those likes up, and thank you all for joining me. I'm going to play some music. Get those likes up, baby. Thank you all for joining me again.
Take a look inside your heart. Is there any room for me? I would have to hold my breath till you get down on one knee, because you only want to hold me when I'm looking good enough. Did you ever fool me? Would you ever picture us? Every time I pull my hair out with any outfit, that you'll find me ugly and one day you'll disappear. Because what's the point of crying? It was never even enough. Did you ever want me? Was I ever good enough? The boy's a liar. The boy's a liar. He doesn't see ya. You're not looking at me, boy. The boy's a liar. The boy's a liar. He doesn't see ya. You're not looking at me, boy.
I'm good enough. In my think about shit that I shouldn't have. So I tell him it's one of me. He making fun of me. His girl is a bum to me. Like that boy is a cap. Saying he home, but I know where he at. Like, bet he blowing her back. Think about me, cause he know that it's fat. And it been what it been. Calling his phone like, yo, send me a pin. Ducking my shit cause he know what I'm on. But when he hit me, I'm not gonna respond. But I don't sleep enough without you. And I can't eat enough without you. If you don't speak, does that mean we're through? Don't like sneaky shit that you do.
The boy's a liar. The boy's a liar. He doesn't see ya. You're not looking at me, boy. The boy's a liar. The boy's a liar. He doesn't see ya. You're not looking at me, boy. Good enough. 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 Good enough.
I look to stare so deep in your eyes. I touch on you more and more every time. When you leave, I'm begging you not to go. Call your name 2-3 times on the phone. Such a funny thing for me to try to explain. How I'm feeling and my pride is the one to blame. Cause I know I don't understand. Just how you love me doing no one else can. Got me looking so crazy right now. Your love's got me looking so crazy right now. Got me looking so crazy right now. Your touch got me looking so crazy right now. Got me hoping you page me right now. Your kiss got me hoping you save me right now. Looking so crazy in love. Got me looking so crazy in love. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Baby, oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. When I talk to my friends so quietly, we think, look at what you did to me. Tissues don't even need to buy a new dress. If you ain't there, ain't nobody else to impress. The way that you know what I gotta know is the beat in my heart is in love with you. But I still don't feel the same. Just how you love to do, no one else can.